The power to heal from within. Imagine a young man in the 1940s, sitting alone with a question that most people never dared to ask. Is it possible that the human mind can heal the body? At a time when the world relied heavily on doctors, medicine, and external treatments, José Silva began an experiment that would change countless lives, including perhaps yours. He wasn't a doctor. He wasn't a scientist locked away in a high-tech laboratory. He was an ordinary man with an extraordinary curiosity. And from this curiosity came a discovery. Your natural state is health. Illness, he found, is not always a life sentence. It can often be traced to the mind, and just as often, it can be corrected by the mind. Think about that for a moment. You need not live a life of sickness. You need not fear dying from ill health. It is your birthright to be healthy, strong, and vibrant, right up until the day you leave this world peacefully of natural causes. Now, this may sound impossible at first. After all, we have been taught to believe that health is fragile, that disease is inevitable, and that aging must be filled with suffering. But Silva's decades of research tell a different story. Through his method, countless people, some bedridden, some told there was no hope, have tapped into the hidden healing power of their minds. They recovered not by magic, but by learning how to focus, relax, and direct their thoughts in a way that allowed their bodies to do what they were always designed to do: heal themselves. You will read in these pages about people who endured pain for years but found relief within weeks. You will discover how simple first aid techniques applied with the mind have sped up recovery from injuries. More importantly, you will learn how to prevent disease and even accidents from entering your life, creating a safe and joyful existence for yourself and those you love. Since 1966, millions across 72 countries have practiced the Silva method, and their voices echo the same gratitude. Thank you for showing me how to improve my life. So the real question is not, is this possible? The evidence says yes. The question is, are you ready to learn? This book is not just words on a page. It is a roadmap to health, happiness, and peace of mind. Follow its steps, test its techniques, and watch as your own miraculous results unfold. The time will come when everyone embraces this truth. But why wait for someday? Your journey can begin today, because you and your loved ones deserve to live happily and healthily every single moment of the rest of your lives. About the authors. José Silva. José Silva was not a man shaped by formal classrooms or university halls. Instead, he was a self-educated research pioneer whose relentless curiosity led him to probe the mysteries of the human mind and body. Born with an inquisitive nature, Silva spent his life exploring beyond the limits of conventional science. Without the restrictions of academic tradition, he followed his intuition and observations, often uncovering insights that were years ahead of their time. His independent research into the psychosomatic connection and the hidden abilities of the human mind opened pathways that modern laboratories are only now beginning to validate. What began as a personal quest to help his family live healthier, more fulfilling lives evolved into a method that has touched millions worldwide. This book reflects the culmination of his decades of study, innovation, and a vision that every person has within them the natural power to heal, to thrive, and to live fully. Robert B. Stone, Ph.D. Dr. Robert B. Stone was a prolific author, psychologist, and international lecturer whose mission was to bring the power of the human mind into everyday living. With more than 70 self-help books to his credit, he became a guiding voice in the field of applied psychology and personal development. As a Silva Method lecturer, Dr. Stone's influence stretched across continents. He circled the globe twice, sharing the remarkable techniques of mind control, and was instrumental in introducing the Silva method to audiences in Japan, New Zealand, and Thailand. His credentials extended beyond authorship. He was a member of the prestigious New York Academy of Science and Mensa, organizations that recognized his contributions to science and intellect. With warmth, clarity, and deep understanding, Dr. Stone bridged the gap between scientific insight and practical tools for human growth. Introduction: The Hidden Power Within. Imagine this. A man sits quietly in his chair. The room is still. He closes his eyes, breathes deeply, and to an observer, it looks like nothing extraordinary is happening. Yet inside his mind, an incredible process is unfolding. With each breath, he silently counts down 3, 2, 1. As he exhales, he enters a calmer, deeper level of awareness. In this state, he doesn't just think, he creates. He sees himself rubbing a healing balm on his aching elbow, visualizing the joint becoming strong and pain-free. Minutes later, he opens his eyes. Hours later, he's playing a lively game of tennis without pain. What looks ordinary to the outside world is actually the practice of extraordinary mental training. This man is a graduate of the Silva Method system that teaches people to tap into a deeper state of consciousness where the mind can influence the body and, astonishingly, even accelerate healing. The teaching within the story. Most people assume the mind is just for thinking, but the Silva method suggests something far more profound. Your mind can also be a tool for healing and transformation. When we learn how to focus it using visualization, relaxation, and guided mental pictures, we can reprogram the body to respond in surprising ways. Consider these real stories. NL, the draftsman. His arthritis made it painful to use his hands. Instead of surrendering, he pictured himself vacuuming the lumps away, day after day. Within weeks, his fingers became free of pain. Or S, the man with chest pains. Doctors diagnosed him with angina pectoris, blocked arteries. He followed medical advice, yes, but he also added visualization. He imagined cleaning his arteries with a pipe cleaner, clearing them out. Over time, his chest pains vanished. MW, struggling with menstrual distress. She began talking to her body, gently picturing herself pain-free. At first, her discomfort reduced by half. With practice, it lessened even further. The lesson? These aren't stories of magic. They are stories of mind training. By combining relaxation with clear mental images, ordinary people learn to direct their subconscious mind toward healing. The key lies not in wishing, but in consistent, focused practice. Just as exercise strengthens muscles, visualization strengthens the mind's ability to shape reality, starting with the body itself. So, the next time you see someone sitting quietly with eyes closed, remember, they might not just be resting. They could be rewriting the story of their health one breath, one picture, one thought at a time. There is a way. Imagine this. You wake up with a pounding headache. Instead of reaching for a pill, you simply close your eyes, take a few breaths, and within minutes, the pain fades away. Or picture lying in bed at night, restless and unable to sleep. But instead of tossing and turning, you use your own mind, like a switch to slip gently into deep rest. Now stretch this thought even further. What if you could help yourself, your loved ones, even friends at a distance, overcome nagging health problems simply by learning how to train your mind? For centuries, people have whispered about the mind's hidden powers. But today, science is catching up. Even the medical profession, once skeptical, is beginning to see what pioneers like José Silva have been saying all along. The mind doesn't just influence the body, it can help heal it. Take Dr. Carl Simonton, an oncologist who worked with cancer patients. When he integrated techniques inspired by the Silva method relaxation, visualization, mental imagery, he noticed something remarkable. Patients lived longer, pain reduced, and recovery rates improved. What once sounded bizarre became a documented medical breakthrough. Other doctors followed. Dr. Dean Ornish, for instance, combined similar techniques with diet and exercise, helping heart patients reduce chest pain and, in many cases, become virtually pain-free. Soon, these alternative ideas weren't so alternative anymore. By the 1970s, astronauts, scientists, and even mainstream institutes like the Institute of Noetic Sciences began exploring these truths. They confirmed what Silva had been teaching. You can control more of your body's processes than you ever imagined. Healing isn't just physical, it involves your mind, emotions, and even spirit. Negative emotions damage your health, while positive ones help restore it. The mind can tip the scales toward recovery. Athletes use this every day. The champion golfer doesn't focus on the water hazard, he sees only the flag. The runner imagines the perfect stride before ever stepping onto the track. And you? Every thought, every image you hold in your mind is quietly programming your body for health or for sickness. This is not fantasy. It is one of the most important discoveries of the 20th century. Your mind can make you ill, and it can also make you well. Experiments across the world confirm it. Ordinary people, not monks, not mystics, have influenced the electrical activity of others' bodies from across a room. Human thought has been shown to affect human cells. The evidence is undeniable. The good news? You don't need to be a scientist to use this power. Millions of Silva Method graduates across 70 countries are already doing it. Boosting immunity, speeding recovery, sharpening intuition, enhancing creativity, even raising IQ. And now this book is your guide. It will show you step by step how to use your mind to get well, stay well, and even help others. Because the truth is simple, there is a way. Your mental computer runs your body. Imagine for a moment that you own the most advanced computer in the world. It runs 24/7 without ever shutting down. It controls every system in your house automatically, and it even responds to your thoughts. Now imagine someone has been sneaking into that computer and installing wrong programs that make the lights flicker, the air conditioner break down, and the doors jam. Would you let it continue running that way? Or would you clean out the bad programs and install better ones? Here's the truth. Your brain is that computer. It runs your body, manages your health, and controls how you feel. And just like a real computer, it obeys the programs you give it, whether they are good or bad. The Silva method teaches us how to take control of this mental computer, how to stop it from making us sick, and how to reprogram it for health, energy, and peace of mind. How we get programmed for illness. From childhood, most of us unknowingly received bad code. Think about the phrases you might have heard growing up. Don't go outside with wet hair, you'll catch a cold. Stay away from drafts, you'll get sick. At the time, these seemed like caring warnings. But your brain didn't see them as opinions. It saw them as commands. Your brain's neurons recorded those words as instructions to follow, and over time, your body began to act them out. Later, as we watched others around us get sick, we imagined it happening to us. That act of imagination is called worry. Worry is nothing more than repeatedly running a negative program in your mental computer. And, as always, the brain listens and obeys. The power of mental programming. Here's the key lesson. Negative thoughts and words is equal to negative programming, leading to stress, illness, unhappiness, and failure. Positive thoughts and words is equal to positive programming, leading to health, happiness, success, and strength. If your computer has been fed negative code for years, you'll keep running in negative cycles, no matter how much you wish things were different. That's why people who want to be healthy still end up in hospitals. They haven't reprogrammed the system that controls their health. Why change feels temporary? Think of diets as an example. When you go on a diet, you are trying to force new behavior onto an old program. You might lose weight for a while, but as soon as you stop the diet, the old program reactivates, and the weight comes back. It's not the food that's the real problem, it's the programming behind your eating habits. Real, lasting change doesn't come from short-term effort. It comes from reprogramming your mind. The good news: negative programming, the kind that brings illness and stress, can be stopped. You can install new positive programs into your mental computer. And once those programs are running, your brain will obey them just as faithfully as it obeyed the old ones. The Silva method shows you exactly how to do that, how to use visualization, relaxation, and mental commands to rewrite your inner code. Imagine being able to tell your brain, "From now on, I respond to stress with calm. My body repairs itself faster every day. I am programming health and happiness into every cell of my body." With repetition, your brain accepts these new instructions, and your life begins to change. Key teaching point: your brain is a computer. It cannot argue with you. It can only follow the programs you give it. If you don't like the results you're getting, change the programming. A little story to begin. Imagine for a moment that you had a remote control for your mind. With just the push of a button, you could slow down stress, calm your body, and awaken hidden powers within you. Sounds like science fiction, doesn't it? Yet, the Silva method teaches exactly this: how to access a special channel in your brain called the alpha level, where healing, creativity, and reprogramming of habits become possible. Long ago, researchers in Laredo, Texas, sat in a dimly lit lab staring at the glowing lines of an electroencephalograph, EEG. They watched brain waves rise and fall as a volunteer, eyes closed, drifted into relaxation. Suddenly, the scientists realized something astonishing. At a certain rhythm of brainwaves, neither fully awake nor fully asleep, the body began to heal itself. Blood pressure normalized, the heart slowed, and tension dissolved. This was not a mystery state of mystics or yogis alone. It was a natural level we all pass through every night, before falling asleep, and every morning before fully waking up. They called it the alpha level, and José Silva discovered how to train anyone to stay there consciously and use it as a tool. Teaching insight. Let's break this down simply. Beta level, 14 to 21 cycles per second. Your normal, awakened alert state. This is where stress, problem-solving, and daily chatter happen. Alpha level, 7 to 14 cycles per second. A calm but aware state. Your mind is quiet, your body heals, and hidden abilities begin to surface. This is the gateway Silva uses for reprogramming. Theta level, 4 to 7 cycles per second. Light sleep, where dreams live. Delta level, 0.4 cycles per second. Deep, dreamless sleep, where the body repairs itself most deeply. Now here's the magic. The Silva method shows you how to enter and remain in alpha awake, yet deeply relaxed, and from there, reprogram your mind and body. Why alpha matters for health. At alpha, your organs rest and recharge. Blood pressure and pulse stabilize naturally. Stress dissolves, making way for healing. Habits and subconscious patterns become easier to reshape. Creativity and intuition. Those rare aha flashes can be triggered on command. Think of it as unlocking the supermind hidden beneath the noise of daily thinking. So the formula-type techniques of the Silva method are not mystical rituals, but practical exercises. They are like learning to shift gears in a car, except here, you're learning to shift the gears of your brainwaves. And once you master this, you gain access to a state where the body heals faster, the mind thinks clearer, and life bends more to your command. An overview of the Silva training. Imagine waking up in the morning without an alarm clock, yet feeling refreshed and perfectly on time. Imagine lying down at night and deciding exactly when you'll fall asleep. And it happens. Imagine easing a headache with nothing more than the power of your thoughts, or even using your dreams to solve problems that once felt unsolvable. Sounds almost like magic, doesn't it? But it isn't magic. It's training. And that training is what José Silva called the Silva method. Most of us live our lives on automatic pilot. We wake up, dress, eat, drive, work, talk, and repeat routines without giving them much thought. Our brain has already been programmed to handle these daily patterns. But what if you could take that same inner programming ability and use it consciously, not just for tying your shoes or brushing your teeth, but for healing your body, boosting your creativity, and solving problems? That is exactly what the Silva training teaches. What you will learn. Through this method, students discover how to use their mind in very practical ways, such as falling asleep at will and waking up naturally without alarms, staying alert even when drowsy, relieving headaches and eliminating pain, solving complex problems through dreams, breaking habits like smoking or overeating, enhancing memory, focus, and creativity, achieving goals with clarity and confidence, even improving health, both for yourself and, surprisingly, for others. How the training works. Silva called his techniques formula-type methods. Think of them as mental recipes, simple steps like first do this, then do this, then do this. Most of these steps are carried out at what is known as the alpha level, a relaxed but alert state where the brain slows down, making it more receptive and powerful. Over 32 hours of training, participants are guided through 4 phases. 1. Relaxation and energy control. The journey begins with around 10 hours of deep, controlled relaxation. This alone helps dissolve fatigue, insomnia, and stress-related headaches. Here, students first learn to enter the alpha state quickly and easily. 2. Mind-body mastery. The second phase goes deeper, learning to influence memory, concentration, and even subconscious physical functions. Participants discover how to stop unwanted habits, manage pain, and unlock more of the mind's capacity for problem solving. 3. Creative imagination and brain integration. The third and fourth phases introduce imaginative exercises that balance the left and right brain. The left brain handles logic and the physical world, while the right brain is more intuitive and creative. By creating mental reference points, Silva helps students combine both hemispheres, giving conscious control over creativity, awareness, and even physical health. 4. Verification and healing. Finally, the training culminates in exercises where students practice sensing unknown people's conditions, identifying their health issues, and mentally working toward corrections. These experiences serve as powerful proof that the mind truly can extend its influence beyond what we usually believe possible. The bigger picture. More than 8 million people in 70 countries have walked through this training. They all began as ordinary individuals, yet many walked away with extraordinary abilities. The power to relax at will, focus more sharply, heal more deeply, and live more consciously. The Silva training isn't about escaping reality, it's about mastering it. It teaches you to sit at the control panel of your mind, to stop being a passenger in your own brain, and instead become the pilot of your life. How to use this book. Imagine this for a moment. You wake up tomorrow morning. The sun is just peeking through your curtains, the world still quiet. Instead of rushing into the day, you sit up, take a breath, and open this book. For just a few minutes, you let yourself practice a new way of thinking, a new way of being. Day by day, something begins to shift. You feel calmer, lighter, and more in control of your body and mind. That is exactly what this book is designed to do for you. But here's the truth. Unlike a novel that you read once and set aside, this book is a training manual. It works only if you practice. Think of it like learning a musical instrument. You cannot pick up a guitar, strum it for 1 hour, and expect to be a master. You must return day after day, practicing scales, chords, and rhythms until your hands naturally flow across the strings. The same is true here. This book is your instrument, and your mind is the music. To gain from these pages what students get in a 32-hour live training session, you will need to devote more than just reading time. You must also practice. Reading gives you understanding, but practice gives you transformation. Here's how to approach it. 1. Morning practice is key. Each morning, when your mind is already calm and open, spend a few minutes following the steps. This is the golden moment when your body and brain are naturally relaxed, making it easier to reach the alpha level of consciousness. 2. Relaxation heals. From the very first practice, relaxation itself begins to heal you. Your body thrives on it. Over time, you'll go deeper, faster, and more effectively into this state. 3. Programming the mind. Once you are able to reach this deeper level quickly, you'll discover the real power. Programming your brain like a computer to eliminate stress, ease symptoms, and even correct conditions that trouble you. 4. Read, then train. First, read the book from start to finish to understand the journey ahead. Then, go back and commit to 40 sessions, one each morning for 40 days. This steady rhythm is the bridge to lasting results. 5. Self-training versus live training. In a live class, an instructor guides you step by step, allowing you to stay fully relaxed while being led through the exercises. With this book, you'll have to open your eyes now and then to read. That may slow you a little, but it will not stop your progress. By the end of 40 mornings, you'll still be able to achieve the depth of relaxation you need for healing and reprogramming. In short, treat this book as your personal coach, patiently guiding you through daily practice. If you give it your mornings, it will give you a new relationship with your health, your mind, and your life. Session 1. Relaxation, the key. Imagine lying on a hospital bed, the bright lights above you, the smell of antiseptic in the air, and doctors whispering words you never wanted to hear. We couldn't remove the tumor. It's malignant. You may only have a year or two. This was the scene in April 1975 for MB, a 34-year-old man in Philadelphia. 2 months of weakness and paralysis had led to a devastating discovery: a spinal cord tumor lodged deep in his neck. The surgery failed to remove it. The doctors gave him no hope. But 1 year later, MB walked into his doctor's office for a follow-up. The doctor examined him carefully. No tumor, no signs of cancer. The same man who had been told he was terminally ill was now told it must have been a mistake. What had changed? MB had discovered the Silva method, the secret of his recovery. Just 10 months after surgery, MB heard of the Silva training and decided to give it a try. For only 15 minutes, 3 times a day, upon waking, after lunch, and before bed, he practiced relaxation. He relaxed his body step by step from head to toe. He imagined his tumor shrinking every day, smaller and smaller. He pictured his immune system as an army of white blood cells attacking and dispersing the cancer. He told himself again and again, every day, in every way, I'm getting better, better, and better. Within months, his body responded to the images and words he fed it. The impossible became reality. What we can learn, this story is not just about MB, it is about you. It shows the astonishing power of the human mind when directed with focus and belief. The key is relaxation, but not the kind of passive relaxation where you simply drift off. The Silva method teaches active relaxation, a deliberate state where your body rests, but your mind works with crystal clarity. When you enter this state, you engage your alpha brain waves, slower rhythms of the brain that unlock creativity, healing, and problem solving. In this space, your mind is no longer your enemy. Instead, it becomes your most powerful ally. Why relaxation heals? Think of it like this. Your body is a natural healing machine. Cuts close, bones mend, cells regenerate. But stress, fear, and constant worry jam this system, like sand clogging a finely tuned engine. Relaxation sweeps away this interference. In its place, you install clear mental pictures and uplifting words, fuel that powers your body's recovery. That's why the Silva method emphasizes two tools: pictures, visualizing your desired outcome; words, affirmations that instruct your mind and body. When these are practiced in deep relaxation, they create results that may feel miraculous. Your first practice. Now it's time for you to begin. Here's a simple exercise to step into this world of self-programming. Sit comfortably, close your eyes. Take a deep breath. As you exhale, release tension. Slowly count backward from 100 to 1. Picture a peaceful place, a beach, a forest, a garden. Let yourself be there. Say to yourself, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. When you're ready, count from 1 to 5, telling yourself you will feel wide awake and better than before. That's it. Simple, but powerful. The journey ahead. With each session, you'll go deeper, relax faster, and visualize more vividly. Your belief and expectation will strengthen. And when belief combines with mental imagery, your brain begins to reprogram your body. Remember this: every great change begins with a decision. So ask yourself now, do I want to take control of my health, my mind, and my life? If your answer is yes, then you've already taken your first step toward transformation. Session 2. Controlling your body by controlling your mind. Imagine sitting in a quiet room. You close your eyes, take a deep breath, and slowly let go of the tension in your shoulders. With every exhale, it feels as if you are sinking deeper into calmness. Soon, you are no longer just sitting in a chair. You are entering the command center of your life, your mind. Most people spend their lives letting their body control their mind. Hunger controls eating, stress controls breathing, worry controls sleep. But what if you could reverse this? What if your mind could take charge, guiding your body toward health, energy, and peace? This is exactly what the Silva method teaches. By mastering your mind, you gain control over your body. A true story. Healing a defect. MR, a U.S. Navy lieutenant, lived this truth. After an allergic reaction, doctors discovered he had a mitral valve prolapse, a congenital heart defect. Navy rules were strict. With this condition, he would lose flight status, and his career was nearly over. 2 second opinions confirmed the same grim result. In just 3 weeks, he would face the final panel of Navy doctors. Most would have accepted fate. But MR remembered something: the Silva techniques he had once practiced. He began each day at the alpha level, a deeply relaxed state where the mind is most powerful. There, he pictured a perfectly healthy heart. He spoke to himself with conviction. My heart is strong. My heart is perfect. He repeated this thought day and night until belief replaced doubt. 3 weeks later, the impossible happened. Tests showed no defect at all. His heart was declared normal, and he was restored to flight status. MR proved a powerful truth. What the mind pictures, the mind creates, if the mind is at the alpha level. The teaching behind the story: the mind programs, the body responds. The brain is the hardware, but the mind is the programmer. At alpha, mental pictures and words become programs that the brain runs, and the body follows. Alpha level is equal to creative level. At normal waking state, we live in the outer, physical world. but alpha takes us inward, into the creative, causative realm where real changes begin. At alpha, you feel calm, detached, yet very alive. Feeling is the signal. When you enter alpha, no alarm will sound. The signal is simple. You just feel good. It's a gentle, blissful awareness that tells you your mind is ready to work on your behalf. The role of belief and expectation. Techniques alone are not enough. If you secretly believe this won't work for me, that very belief becomes a program, one that cancels out your effort. Think of two young men studying law. The father studied law with passion, overcoming every obstacle because of his burning desire. He succeeded. The son studied law only to please his father. His half-hearted desire produced half-hearted results. Your mind is the same. Desire plus belief plus expectation is equal to results. Without all three, the program fails. Doctors have seen this countless times. Patients with positive belief recover faster. Families who believe in recovery give hope to their loved ones. Belief, in short, is the switch that turns on your mental computer. The reinforcement exercise. Here's a practical way to train your mind each morning. Prepare the body. Use the bathroom, then lie down comfortably. Set an alarm for 15 minutes so you don't oversleep. Position the eyes. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward, about 20 degrees. This naturally helps the brain produce alpha waves. Countdown. Silently count backward. Example from 100 to 1. This slows your mind and body. Picture health. Imagine yourself youthful, radiant, healthy, and full of energy. Affirm. Repeat mentally. I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Return. Count from 1 to 5. At 5, open your eyes saying, I am wide awake, feeling better than before. Simplifying the 8 steps into 3. With practice, the routine condenses into 3 powerful moves. Relax deeply, count backward with eyes slightly upward. Program health. Visualize and affirm your desired condition. Reawaken, count upward to 5, affirming energy and wellness. The 40-day program that can change your life. Practice this daily. Days 1 to 10. Count down from 100. Days 11 to 20. Count down from 50. Days 21 to 30. Count down from 25. Days 31 to 40. Count down from 10. After 40 days, you'll only need a countdown from 5. By then, you'll have built a mental muscle that lets you slip into alpha almost instantly. The results? More energy, sharper focus, faster healing, optimism, and a powerful sense of control over your body. Lesson to remember. Your body listens to your mind, and your mind listens best when you speak at the alpha level. Relaxation is not escape, it is command. The deeper your calm, the greater your control. Session 3. Beginning to help yourself. Imagine waking up tomorrow morning, looking into the mirror, and seeing not just your reflection, but a healthier, younger, and more radiant version of yourself smiling back. What if I told you that the secret to creating that version of you is not found in pills or machines, but in the simple, invisible power of your own mind? This is where your real journey begins, the journey of helping yourself. The practice. Here is a simple yet powerful morning exercise that starts shaping your inner world and, in time, your outer reality. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward, about 20 degrees toward your eyebrows. This subtle act connects you to a deeper state of mind. Count slowly backward from 100 to 1, silently, inside your head. Take about 1 second between each number. This countdown is like a staircase leading you gently into relaxation. When you reach 1, hold a clear mental picture of yourself, not as you are today, but as you wish to be. Youthful, radiant, healthy, attractive. Repeat silently, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Then tell yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach the count of 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. Begin to count. When you reach 3, remind yourself again that at 5, you will awaken with health and energy. At the count of 5, open your eyes and affirm silently, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. Good morning. Did you feel the relaxation washing over you as you reached the count of 1? With practice, this will only deepen. Teaching moment. Why it works. Every time you practice this, you're training your mind and body to work together. At first, it may feel mechanical, but after a week, you'll notice that relaxation comes faster. Soon you won't need to count all the way from 100. 50 will be enough. After a month, you'll reach the alpha state of mind like a professional relaxer in just moments. Why does this matter? Because the alpha level of mind is where your imagination creates reality. Just like an artist sketches a picture before painting it, your mind sketches your health before your body expresses it. A story of healing. Tag Powell. Let me share a story of a man named Tag Powell who put this to the test. At age 14, Tag developed a serious bone disease called osteomyelitis. For years, he went through surgeries, radium treatments, endless antibiotics. But nothing worked. Doctors even suggested freezing his knee for 30 days and hoping it might take afterward. The prospect of losing his leg loomed. Then Tag learned the Silva method. One night, in desperation, he decided to try the visualization techniques he had been taught. He closed his eyes, went to his alpha level, and began to imagine his white blood cells as warriors. He pictured them on white horses, armed with shields and broadswords, charging into his infected knee to fight off the disease. When that wasn't enough, he added a mental laser beam, like something out of Star Wars, scraping out the infection with light. Exhausted, he fell asleep. The next morning, something remarkable happened. His swollen knee began to drain, the infection broke, and the healing process began. He never had another problem with that knee again. Later, he played volleyball for the first time in his life, traveled to Egypt, and even climbed the Great Pyramid, things that had once been unimaginable for him. Tag's healing wasn't magic. It was the focused power of desire, belief, and expectation, the 3 keys that fuel the Silva method. Lesson from Tag's story. Tag's experience teaches us something profound. Your brain is not just an organ of thinking, it's an organ of healing. The pictures you hold in your mind matter. If you see yourself sick, weak, and aging, your body will follow that picture. If you see yourself healthy, strong, and youthful, your body strives to match it. Think of it this way. An architect doesn't build without a blueprint. Likewise, your body doesn't build health without a mental picture. The power of mental pictures. Every creation begins in the mind. The chair you sit on, the clothes you wear, even the building you live in, all existed first as images in someone's imagination. The same is true for your health and well-being. Nikola Tesla, the great inventor, once said he could picture his inventions in such detail that they felt as real to him as the physical objects themselves. Your mind has this same gift. When you picture yourself as vibrant and healthy, your body begins to align with that vision. Moral of Session 3. The image you hold of yourself is the most powerful medicine you possess. If you see yourself weak and sick, your body follows. If you see yourself strong, radiant, and youthful, your body follows that instead. Your mind's eye is not just for daydreaming. It's the creative workshop of your life. Use it wisely, and like Tag Powell, you too can begin to help yourself in ways you never imagined possible. Session 4. An ounce of prevention. Have you ever heard the old saying, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure"? Most people nod in agreement, but very few actually practice it. We rush through our days, ignore our stress, and only think about health when something breaks down. Imagine instead if you had a simple daily habit, like brushing your teeth, that acted as a shield, keeping your body and mind youthful, radiant, and strong. That's exactly what this session is about, training your mind to protect your health before illness ever has a chance. Let me guide you through it like a story. The morning ritual of prevention. Close your eyes gently, as if inviting rest into your body. Roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. This little shift signals your brain that you're entering a different state, a calmer, deeper place within. Now count backward from 100 to 1, slowly, silently, like you're walking down a staircase into a quiet garden. With each number, your body grows lighter, your thoughts settle, and your inner world becomes clear. When you reach 1, hold a picture of yourself, glowing with energy, full of life, perfectly healthy. See it as clearly as if you were looking in a mirror, youthful, radiant, attractive. Then repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. This statement is not wishful thinking. It is programming. Just as a computer follows the codes it's given, your mind follows the instructions you give it repeatedly. Now say to yourself, I will count from 1 to 5. At 5, I will open my eyes feeling fine, in perfect health, feeling better than before. Count. At 3, remind yourself, when I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, in perfect health, feeling better than before. At 5, open your eyes and affirm silently, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. This simple practice plants seeds of health in the fertile soil of your subconscious mind. A real-life story, Mrs. L.W. Take the case of Mrs. L.W., a mother of 2 teenage boys. Her life was crumbling inwardly. She battled stress, weight gain, hearing loss, and frustration with her children. She relied on diet pills, laxatives, and a hearing aid. Her patience was thin, and her joy almost gone. Then she discovered the Silva method. At first, she was skeptical, but after practice, her stress lifted. She grew calmer, healthier, even regained her hearing. She no longer needed the pills. She felt peace of mind, became patient with her sons, and rediscovered happiness. What changed? Her mind. Stress had been sabotaging her body. Once she learned to release it and reprogram herself, her health and relationships began to heal. Why stress is the real enemy. Your brain is like a supercomputer with 30 billion neurons running programs to keep you alive. From the moment you're born, those programs are designed to work perfectly. But stress, anxiety, fear, anger begins to corrupt those programs. Think of stress like sand thrown into a well-oiled machine. Slowly, parts start breaking down. A cold here, a headache there, then something bigger. Ulcers, heart disease, even cancer. Doctors now know that stress weakens your immune system and disrupts your body's balance. That means you are not powerless. If stress creates the problem, learning to defuse stress and reprogram your inner computer can create the solution. Overcoming hidden barriers. Sometimes stress is not obvious. It hides behind strained relationships, an old grudge, a hurtful word, or a silent resentment. These buried emotions quietly poison the body. So here's how to heal at a deeper level. Step 3A. While relaxed, ask yourself, why do I have this physical problem? Step 3B. Let your mind wander. If a face comes up, your sister, spouse, friend, or even your boss, trust it. Step 3C. Now, picture making peace with this person. Imagine a handshake, a hug, forgiveness flowing both ways. Feel the relief. Feel the barrier dissolving. When you release this inner friction, you release the physical tension tied to it. Forgiveness becomes medicine for the body. Deepening your relaxation. Optional Step 2A. To reach the alpha level more easily, practice progressive relaxation. Before you begin your countdown, bring awareness to each part of your body. Relax your scalp. Relax your forehead. Relax your eyes, jaw, and mouth. Relax your neck, shoulders, and arms. Relax your chest, back, and abdomen. Relax your hips, thighs, legs, ankles, feet, and toes. This head-to-toe scan loosens hidden tensions and prepares your mind for deeper healing. Think of it as insurance for the success of your practice. Key takeaway: health is not just about medicine and doctors. It is also about the mind. Stress poisons. Relaxation heals. Each morning, when you visualize yourself as strong and radiant, you are writing new, powerful code into your mental computer. And remember, an ounce of prevention, a few quiet minutes each morning, can save you a pound of cure later. Session 5. Helping your doctor. Imagine walking into a doctor's office. You feel nervous, perhaps even a little helpless, waiting for someone else to tell you what's wrong and how to fix it. Most of us have been there. But here's the truth. Healing is not a one-way street where the doctor works, and you just receive. It's a partnership. Your body, your mind, and your doctor are all teammates in the same game. Your recovery. The Silva method teaches that while your doctor works in the objective world, with medicines, treatments, and tests, you can support the process by working in the subjective world of your mind. And when both forces align, healing becomes faster, smoother, and more complete. The practice. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Count slowly backward from 100 to 1, taking about 1 second for each number. As you count, move your awareness through your body from head to toe. Imagine each part relaxing like a string being loosened one by one. When you reach 1, hold a picture of yourself, youthful, radiant, healthy, and full of life. Ask yourself mentally, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander. If a certain person comes to mind, picture them. See yourself forgiving them or being forgiven. Imagine a handshake, a smile, or even a warm hug. Feel the burden lift. Affirm to yourself, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Prepare to return. Tell yourself, when I count from 1 to 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, healthy, and better than before. Count upward. At 3, repeat the statement. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, and this is so. The practice. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Count slowly backward from 100 to 1, taking about 1 second for each number. As you count, move your awareness through your body from head to toe. Imagine each part relaxing like a string being loosened one by one. When you reach 1, hold a picture of yourself, youthful, radiant, healthy, and full of life. Ask yourself mentally, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander. If a certain person comes to mind, picture them. See yourself forgiving them or being forgiven. Imagine a handshake, a smile, or even a warm hug. Feel the burden lift. Affirm to yourself, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Prepare to return. Tell yourself, when I count from 1 to 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, healthy, and better than before. Count upward. At 3, repeat the statement. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health. And this is so. How to help your doctor help you. Take medication consciously. Each time you swallow a pill, close your eyes for a moment. Enter alpha. Imagine the medicine traveling exactly where it needs to go, doing its work perfectly. Use alpha 3 times a day when ill. Morning, after waking, afternoon, after lunch, and night before sleep, 15 minutes each. This makes your body the ideal patient, relaxed, receptive, and healing faster. Stay optimistic. Confidence in your doctor, a relaxed mind, and belief in recovery create the mental climate where healing thrives. Your progress so far. By now, you are learning to control your body through your mind, slow down brain activity, and shift into the alpha level. Use visualization to detect and solve health issues before they manifest fully. Engage your right brain, the creative, intuitive side that works at the cause level. When you imagine your body as perfectly healthy, your mind accepts it as a need. That image reshapes your inner energy body, and soon it manifests in your physical body. At Alpha, you are not only healing, but also preventing illness. You can sense problems early, sometimes before even a medical test detects them. And when you bring these insights to your doctor, you add another layer of defense. Key takeaway: your health is a team effort. Doctor works in the visible physical world. You work in the invisible mental world. Together, you pull from both directions, inside and outside, to create lasting wellness. Tomorrow morning, when you close your eyes, count backward and visualize your radiant health. Remember this: you're not just helping yourself. You're helping your doctor help you. Session 6. Overcoming stress. Have you ever noticed how stress feels like an invisible thief? It sneaks in quietly, sometimes through a worry, a loss, a deadline, or an argument. And before you know it, it has stolen your peace of mind, your sleep, and even your health. Imagine a woman hurrying in the kitchen. She's cutting vegetables while worrying about her late guests. Suddenly, the knife slips, her finger is cut. Or picture a man, furious after a heated argument, driving recklessly. He loses control of his car. These are not just accidents. They are stress at work, whispering in the background and pulling the strings. Stress does not only make life difficult, it shortens life. But here is the good news. Just as stress can be learned, calmness can also be cultivated. And this is exactly what you will practice today. Step-by-step exercise. Releasing stress. 1. Close your eyes and gently roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. This helps your brain shift into a calmer state. 2. Count slowly and silently from 100 down to 1. Take about 1 second for each number. As you do this, begin with your scalp and one by one, relax each part of your body from head to toe. 3. At the count of 1, hold a beautiful picture of yourself in your mind, youthful, radiant, healthy, and full of life. Ask yourself mentally, why do I have this physical problem? Then simply let your mind wander. If a certain person comes to mind, picture them clearly. See yourself and this person forgiving each other. Maybe a handshake, maybe a hug. Imagine smiling at each other and feeling light inside. 4. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. 5. Say to yourself, I'm going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, better than before. 6. Begin counting. At 3, remind yourself again of your promise. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, better than before. 7. At 5, open your eyes. Affirm silently, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. Teaching story, the power of inner calm. A national study once examined the health of over 4,600 priests in the United States. These men often worked longer hours than average, yet they had fewer sick days, lived longer, and carried a serenity many people struggle to find. What was their secret? Meditation. By regularly going inward, they built a mental shield against stress. Their lives became proof that the outer world brings stress, but the inner world holds stresslessness. Why stress is dangerous. Stress weakens awareness. It makes us clumsy and accident-prone. It damages the immune system, leaving us vulnerable to disease. It builds guilt, anger, and fear into invisible chains that hold us down. But the Silva method gives us a tool, the alpha state. When you practice alpha-level relaxation, you regain control. The knife doesn't slip. The steering wheel feels steady, and your mind becomes clear and focused. Key causes of stress: guilt, knowing you are doing wrong but continuing anyway; deep loss, losing someone or something precious without healing from it; unwanted environment, working or living in a place you dislike. These weaken the immune system and open the door to illness. Lesson: changing the script. Negative mental pictures like imagining disease, failure, or disaster create real physical reactions: high blood pressure, racing heart, suppressed immunity. Positive mental pictures, seeing yourself strong, calm, and healthy, create healing. This is why doctors sometimes prescribe placebos. Patients believe the medicine will heal them, and the belief itself triggers recovery. Your mind is the greatest pharmacy you own. The takeaway: stress is a killer, but peace is a healer. With practice, you can train your mind to switch from stress to calm, from fear to trust, from disease to health. So every day, even if only for a few minutes, go inward. Count back to alpha. See yourself radiant. Forgive where needed. And affirm, I choose health, peace, and inner strength. And this is so. Session 7. Healing others. Imagine for a moment that you are holding a small candle in your hands. Its flame is steady, warm, and glowing. Now picture yourself using that flame to light another candle nearby. Your flame does not diminish. Instead, the room becomes brighter. This is what healing others with your mind is like. By sharing your inner strength, your own light grows stronger. Many people believe that healing must come only from doctors, medicines, or machines. Yet, history and modern research alike suggest something more powerful: the mind itself. The Silva method teaches us that the same mental techniques we use for our own health can also be directed outward to help others. Let's explore how. The practice. Step by step. Relax and enter alpha. Close your eyes, roll them slightly upward, and begin counting slowly from 100 down to 1. As you descend, relax each part of your body: scalp, face, shoulders, arms, chest, down to your toes. By the time you reach 1, your body is calm, your mind is open. See yourself whole. Imagine yourself youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. This image creates the foundation of strength, because you cannot give what you do not first possess. Ask the deeper question. Silently ask, why do I have this physical problem? Allow your thoughts to flow. If someone comes to mind, do not dismiss it. Instead, imagine a scene of reconciliation, forgiveness, a handshake, a smile. Feel the release as if a heavy weight has lifted. Strengthen the affirmation. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. This is not only for yourself, but also the mindset you carry when helping others. Awaken refreshed. Count from 1 to 5. At 3, remind yourself that when you open your eyes at 5, you will feel renewed, in perfect health, and better than before. At 5, open your eyes with the conviction that this is so. The science behind it. Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, a scientist in this field, suggests that we all share an invisible web of intelligence, what he calls the morphogenetic field. Think of it like a universal wireless network of thoughts and energy. Jung described it as the collective unconscious. When you send out thoughts of healing, you are essentially programming this shared field, and in return, it influences both you and the one you wish to help. This is why mental healing works. It is not fantasy. It is focus, belief, and intention, transmitted through the very fabric of consciousness. The 3 keys to healing others. Enter Alpha. Quiet your mind and body. Affirm with desire, belief, and expectation. Healing must be desired, believed in, and expected. Visualize the healing. See the illness, then imagine the body part returning to perfect health. That's it. Just 2 minutes of focused mental energy can make a difference. Isn't it surprising that such power is within us all, yet never taught in schools? A story of proof. While teaching in Buenos Aires, Argentina, the Silva method instructor was warned that laying on of hands was illegal. He adapted and taught the techniques to doctors only. One doctor, who had suffered from a painful whiplash injury for 9 months, volunteered. Another doctor applied the Silva special healing method under guidance. Within minutes, 90% of the pain disappeared. By the next day, it was completely gone. The room erupted in applause. That moment proved a profound truth. Pain and disease are not our natural heritage. Perfect health is. Summary of health-producing steps. A negative mind produces negative conditions. A positive mind protects health and accelerates healing. The Silva method teaches positive desire, positive belief, and positive expectation. These 3 form the climate for healing. Remember, hospitals and medicine treat the body, but the mind can awaken a deeper power, the power to restore balance, vitality, and wholeness. Teaching reflection. Think of your mind as both a healer and a teacher. By practicing these steps, you not only strengthen your own health, but also extend healing energy to others. Just like the candle flame, your light does not diminish when shared. It multiplies. Session 8. Man, the healer. Imagine this for a moment. What if you carried within you a hidden ability, not just to keep yourself healthy, but to actually help heal others? What if the power to bring comfort, to restore, and to energize lay quietly inside you, waiting for you to learn how to awaken it? History tells us stories of prophets, sages, and saints who laid their hands on the sick and brought relief, sometimes instant healing. To many, these powers seemed miraculous. But what if the miracle is not rare, but simply unused? The truth is, every human being has within them the ability to heal. Some are naturally gifted, yes, but you can also train your mind and body to access these higher levels of energy. And this is exactly what you are learning through the Silva method: how to consciously enter the deeper states of your mind, to use the power of your thoughts, and to direct your energy for healing. The practice. Awakening the healer within. Relax into Alpha. Close your eyes. Roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Begin counting slowly and silently from 100 down to 1, relaxing with each number. As you count, move your awareness through your body from scalp to toes, softening every muscle, every tension. The healing image. When you reach the count of 1, picture yourself radiant, youthful, glowing with health. Ask gently, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander. If a person's image arises, do not fight it. Forgiveness and release. Picture that person before you. Imagine forgiving each other. See smiles, a handshake, maybe even a warm hug. Feel the release, the lightness that forgiveness brings. Affirm health. Mentally repeat, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Return with strength. Tell yourself, I'm going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes feeling fine, healthy, and better than before. At the count of 3, repeat this again with conviction. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I'm wide awake, feeling fine, in perfect health, better than before. And this is so. The Silva Special Healing Method. Once you master your alpha state, you can extend your healing power to others. Think of it as sharing your life energy. In Brazil, a young girl who could not bend her left leg regained full motion within 3 minutes of this method. In another case, A woman who wore a neck brace for a year and a half held her head high after a single healing session, shocking even her doctors. In Ecuador, a man with fused vertebrae bent to the floor after treatment, leaving the audience stunned. These are not fairy tales. They are demonstrations of the mind's untapped power. Learning the technique. The healing hands. Hand vibration training. Place your fingertips on a table. Vibrate your hands about 10 times per second while keeping contact. Practice until you can maintain this steady rhythm. Why? Because this vibration matches the 10 cycle per second brain frequency, alpha state, linking your energy field to the healing frequency. Applying. Healing to another person. Place your right hand fingertips on the left side of the patient's head and your left hand on the right side, fingers spread. Both healer and patient close their eyes. Hold your breath, lower your head, and vibrate your hands at 10 cycles per second. Recall the feeling of being deeply relaxed at alpha and direct your intention to correct the cause of their problem. The cycle, when you need to breathe, remove your hands and rub them together to normalize. Then repeat, this time placing your hands around the afflicted area. Finally, repeat again over the head. Note, for head problems, apply both positive lungs full and negative lungs empty vibrations. Emergency healing. For open wounds, vibrate your hands 3 inches above the wound. Mentally picture the bleeding stopping and say aloud, "No pain, no bleeding." Often, the bleeding and pain reduce or stop altogether. The ethics of healing. Some may question, should we heal? Doesn't illness have a lesson to teach? Isn't this interfering with fate? Think of it this way. Nature was created to move toward balance. Healing is restoring that balance. Jesus himself faced critics when he healed, yet he reminded us, "By their fruits ye shall know them." Healing, helping, uplifting. These are good fruits. The Silva method is not about religion or ritual. It is about learning to use your whole mind to live healthier, think higher, and serve better. Key lesson of Session 8. You are not just a receiver of healing energy, you are a channel of it. By training your mind, you awaken the natural healer within. Healing others multiplies your own healing. The practice is both powerful and deeply ethical when guided by love and respect. Session 9. Healing Energy. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt uplifted by someone's presence? Or, on the other hand, felt drained just by being around a certain person? That invisible something you sensed was energy. Energy flows through all of us. It can heal, inspire, and even transform. And today, you are going to learn how to tap into it, direct it, and use it consciously for your own health and the well-being of others. Think of your mind as the electric current and your hands as the wires through which this current flows. When you combine intention, relaxation, and visualization, you can guide this current into the body, removing pain, restoring balance, and awakening the body's natural ability to heal. Let's begin this journey step by step. The practice. Close your eyes and gently roll them slightly upward, as if looking toward your eyebrows. Count backward silently from 100 to 1, one number every second. With each number, feel your body becoming more relaxed. Starting with your scalp, bring awareness to each part of your body, releasing tension as you go from head to toe. When you reach the count of 1, hold in your mind a picture of yourself, radiant, youthful, healthy, and glowing with life. Ask yourself, why do I have this physical problem? Then, let your thoughts wander. If a person comes to mind, imagine them clearly. See both of you smiling, forgiving, embracing, or shaking hands. Feel peace between you. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Say to yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach the count of 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health. feeling better than before. Begin counting. At 3, remind yourself, when I reach the count of 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. At 5, open your eyes and affirm silently, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. The Silva Standard Healing Method. Centuries ago, healers from around the world used hand passes to direct healing energy. Franz Mesmer in Europe called them mesmeric passes. Hawaiian kahunas used similar motions to cleanse the aura. Modern science now recognizes these movements as an energy transfer, guided not just by hands, but by the focused power of the mind. Here's how you can feel this energy right now. Point the fingers of your right hand toward the palm of your left. Keep about a foot of distance so you don't feel warmth from air. Move your fingers slowly up and down, still pointing at the palm. You may feel a tingling, pulsing, or gentle breeze. That is psychotronic energy, the same energy used in healing. The Silva method uses this energy in a structured way. The subject sits or lies down with eyes closed. The healer, you, goes to alpha and sets a clear mental desire for healing. Make slow, sweeping passes with your hands from head to toe. Pause with hands near the subject's head, then chest, then any affected area, always visualizing health being restored. The immediate effect often feels like an anesthetic pain melts away. Many times, wounds even show signs of quick recovery without infection. The scientific view. In 1984, Science Digest asked, "Can simple thoughts heal the body?" Research from institutions like Harvard and the National Institutes of Health began linking mental imagery, stress reduction, and immune system strength. Though the science is still catching up, one truth is clear. Positive mental imagery works. Every cell in your body radiates energy. When you focus your thoughts in alpha, you can influence both your body's energy field and the energy around you. This is why visualization, faith, and intention can bring measurable changes to health. The mind as miracle healer. History is filled with impossible feats that point to the power of mind and energy. Islanders in Fiji walked on fire without burns. Healers like Olga Worrell altered the molecular structure of water just by holding it. If water can change, why not the cells in our body made of 70–80% water? One story illustrates this power vividly. A city official fell into a coma after his kidneys shut down. Doctors had no hope. A healer quietly entered, prayed in alpha, and visualized health. Suddenly, the patient sat up, recognized him, and then drifted back. Within hours, his kidneys began working again, and they stayed healthy for years. Coincidence? Miracle? Or simply the mind's ability to direct energy into healing? A quick review of the healing method. Enter alpha. Affirm your belief and desire for healing. Make sweeping passes from head to toe. Focus hands on head, chest, and the problem area while visualizing correction. End your alpha session with gratitude. A simple formula for healing. Go to alpha. Reinforce your belief and expectation that healing will happen. Visualize the problem correcting itself into normal, healthy functioning. Practice for yourself. Every morning when you enter alpha, imagine yourself relaxing deeply, vibrating healing energy through your hands, helping yourself and others feel healthier and happier. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes. Healing is not about waiting for miracles. It's about learning to create them with your mind and energy. Teaching insight. Your mind is not just a thinker, it is a healer. Every thought you send into your body is like a message written in energy. When you choose thoughts of health, forgiveness, and vitality, your body listens and responds. Session 10. Desire, expectation, and belief. Have you ever noticed how a simple thought can change the way your body feels? Imagine you're waiting for important news. Your heart races, your palms sweat, your breath quickens. Nothing has physically touched you, yet your body reacts. That's the power of the mind. Now imagine if you could direct this power consciously, not just letting it happen by chance. What if your desire, belief, and expectation could work together like secret keys to unlock healing and transformation? This session is about discovering that these three forces, desire, belief, and expectation, are not just abstract ideas. They are real tools that turn on the computer of your mind and program it for health, strength, and success. Let's begin. Step-by-step practice. Close your eyes and gently roll them upward, as though you're looking toward your eyebrows. Count slowly and silently from 100 down to 1. Wait about a second between numbers. As you count, scan your body from head to toe. With each number, let go of tension. Relax your scalp, face, neck, shoulders, chest, stomach, arms, legs, and feet. When you reach the count of 1, imagine a radiant image of yourself, youthful, healthy, attractive, and vibrant. Ask yourself gently, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander freely. If a person comes to mind, visualize that person. Picture forgiveness between you both. See yourselves smiling, shaking hands, or even embracing warmly. Feel peace as you release old tensions. Affirm silently, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Tell yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health better than before. Begin counting. At 3, remind yourself, when I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, better than before. At 5, open your eyes and affirm mentally, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, better than before. And this is so. The miracle makers: desire, belief, expectation. Think of these three words as the holy trinity of inner transformation. Desire is like turning on the computer. Expectation is knowing it will work. Belief is trusting it because it has worked before. Together, they unlock hidden reserves of healing. Take the story of Ed Thiessen. Born in 1962 with severe health challenges, muscular dystrophy, partial deafness, blindness, and a grim medical prognosis, he was expected to live in institutions and never function normally. But through the Silva method, Ed discovered the power of mental programming. At first, he simply practiced daily reading, visualizing, affirming. Slowly, his health improved. He began to walk without braces. His hearing and speech returned. His eyesight, once predicted to fail, improved until he achieved 20/20th vision. His limp and uneven feet corrected themselves. By 1982, Ed passed his GED with near-perfect scores. His story wasn't a miracle in the mystical sense. It was proof of what consistent desire, expectation, and belief could achieve when aligned with practice. Teaching insight. Desire switches on the mental computer. You must want the change deeply. Expectation programs the outcome. You must expect results as naturally as you expect a lamp to light when you flip the switch. Belief trusts the process. Past evidence, inner knowing, and repetition build unshakable faith. When these three are combined, healing flows naturally. At the alpha level, a relaxed mental state, your thoughts carry energy, visualization, and forgiveness. Clear blockages, while affirmations program your subconscious. Scientists may struggle to measure these forces, but just like gravity, their effects are undeniable when experienced. At alpha, healing happens naturally. When you are in alpha and another person is ill, your mind and energy can become a rope to pull them out of their well of sickness. Your visualization creates an energy transfer, one that can even be seen through Kirlian photography, which captures the energy fields around living beings. At beta, normal waking state, words and logic dominate. At alpha, relaxed state, Images and energy dominate. That's why visualizing health at alpha is far more effective than simply repeating words at beta. Practical wisdom. Every morning when you enter alpha, remember, desire turning the switch on. Expectation, knowing the machine will work. Belief, trusting the process because it worked before. This is not wishful thinking. It is programming your mind to create the conditions for health, healing, and success. Repeat it often. Desire the best. Expect the best. Believe the best. And it will be so. In the end, the true miracle is not outside you. It is within, waiting for you to desire, expect, and believe. Session 11. Avoiding opposition. Imagine this. You're walking through a crowded marketplace. Everyone is rushing, shouting, bargaining, and pushing their own way. If you move against the crowd, you'll feel resistance at every step. But if you move with the flow, adjusting slightly, you still reach your destination only faster, easier, and with less struggle. Life, health, and even healing often work in the same way. When we oppose, resist, or fight too hard, we create tension inside us. But when we align with inner peace, forgiveness, and the natural flow of mind and body, we open the doors for healing. This is why the Silva method teaches, don't fight opposition, avoid it. Not by running away, but by redirecting energy into harmony. The practice. Settle in, sit comfortably. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. This helps your brain gently shift into the alpha state, the gateway to healing and intuition. Count down to calmness. Instead of counting all the way from 100 to 1, today you'll take a shorter path. Silently count down from 50 to 1, one number per second. Optional. Relax your body from scalp to toes as you count, feeling each part soften like melting ice. Visualize your health. When you reach 1, hold a picture of yourself in your mind, radiant, youthful, and glowing with health. Now ask yourself gently, why do I have this problem? Let your mind wander. Don't force an answer, allow it to surface. If a person comes to mind, see that person clearly. Imagine both of you forgiving each other a smile, a hug, or even a handshake. Feel the relief, feel the lightness. Strengthen your belief. Say inwardly, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Feel those words as truth, not hope. Return to wakefulness. Count from 1 to 5. At 3, remind yourself, when I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, in perfect health, better than before. At 5, open your eyes, wide awake, refreshed, and renewed. Teaching moment. Why this works. Physicist Eugene Wigner once said, the very study of the external world led to the conclusion that the content of consciousness is an ultimate reality. In simple words, your state of mind shapes your state of health. Science is catching up to this truth. Psychoneuroimmunology, the study of mind, brain, and immune system, shows us stress weakens immunity, but loving support strengthens it. Visualization can slow disease and aid recovery. Forgiveness and peace restore inner balance, which boosts healing. But not everyone understood this at first. Doctors accused early Silva teachers of practicing medicine without a license. Priests doubted, calling it dangerous. Yet, time and again, results spoke louder than accusations. Patients improved, priests recovered, and skeptics turned into believers. Opposition faded when people shifted from asking, is this real? To suppose it is. Moral of Session 11. Avoid fighting opposition within yourself or outside. Fighting wastes energy. Flowing with harmony, forgiveness, and belief creates healing. Soon, like Walter Russell once said, you will no longer say, I have faith. Instead, you'll say, I know. Because when you've seen your mind heal your body or another's, you don't just believe anymore. You know, key takeaway. Healing begins not in struggle, but in surrender. Forgiveness, Alignment and belief make you stronger than any opposition. Session 12. The climate for healing. Imagine walking into a garden. Some gardens are full of weeds, dry soil, and broken plants. Nothing beautiful grows there. Others are vibrant, with fresh air, colorful flowers, and strong trees. What's the difference? The climate. The same is true for our body and mind. Healing needs the right climate, not just in the environment outside of us, but in the thoughts and emotions within us. This session is about creating the perfect climate for healing, so that your mind and body can thrive just like a well-tended garden. Step-by-step practice. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. This signals your mind to enter a calm, focused state. Count slowly and silently from 50 down to 1, waiting 1 second between numbers. With each count, imagine yourself going deeper into peace. Optional. As you count, move your awareness from the top of your head down to your toes, relaxing each part of your body. At the count of 1, hold a mental picture of yourself as youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. Ask yourself silently, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander. If a person comes to mind, picture them. Now imagine forgiveness between you and that person. Smiles, a handshake, maybe even a hug. Feel the relief and release. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Say to yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, in perfect health, and better than before. Begin counting. When you reach 3, remind yourself of the affirmation again. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. A story of healing. Reversing diabetes. T.S., a 25-year-old, had lived with type 1 diabetes for 2 decades. By 21, complications hit hard eye hemorrhages, partial blindness, blood pressure issues, kidney decline. Doctors told him his physical activity must be limited to walking. For an athlete, this felt like a cruel sentence. But then he discovered the Silva method. With daily practice, his insulin needs began dropping steadily. His blood pressure medications were reduced. He could again play tennis and ride a bike carefully. His doctors, puzzled by the improvement, simply said, keep doing whatever you're doing. Was it luck? No, TS created the right mental climate for healing desire, belief, expectation, and positivity. And his body responded. Teaching insight. Overcoming negative thinking. Think of negative thoughts as storms that ruin your inner climate. Guilt, fear, anger, jealousy, worry. These weaken your immune system, just like pollution weakens the environment. Positive thoughts, love, gratitude, optimism, courage clear the skies, allowing healing to flourish. Science confirms this. Stress chemicals released during negative thinking suppress immunity, but optimism, forgiveness, and peace strengthen it. Practical tools. If guilt or negativity rises, stop and say, cancel, cancel. At alpha level, relaxed state, reflect on what causes guilt and resolve to correct it. Remember, doing what you know is right creates health. Doing what you know is wrong invites stress and sickness. Lesson of the session. Healing isn't only about medicines or surgeries. It's about the climate you create inside your mind. Negative thoughts, a stormy climate where illness grows. Positive thoughts, a sunny, peaceful climate where health blossoms. Just like a garden, your body and mind thrive best in the right climate, one of love, forgiveness, and positivity. Session 13. The need for faith. Have you ever noticed how a seed buried deep in the dark soil has no proof that light exists, yet it grows upward anyway? That invisible trust is what we call faith. Without it, Healing and transformation often remain locked doors. With it, those same doors open wide. Faith is not blind hope. It is the inner strength that whispers, "Even if I cannot see the end of the road, I know it will lead me to where I need to be." This session is about discovering how faith is not just spiritual. It is deeply practical. It influences our health, our relationships, and even how quickly our body recovers from illness. The practice: close your eyes and gently roll them upward toward your eyebrows. Count slowly and silently from 50 to 1, about 1 second between each number. Optional. Steps 2A, 3A, 3B, and 3C can deepen the effect. 2A. Starting with your scalp, focus your awareness on each part of your body, relaxing it from head to toe. When you reach 1, picture yourself youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. 3A. Ask yourself silently, why do I have this physical problem? Then let your mind wander. 3B. If a person comes to mind, picture that person. 3C. Imagine forgiving each other. Smiles, a hug or handshake, and peace. Let it feel real. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Tell yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. At 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, in perfect health, better than before. Begin counting. At 3, remind yourself again of this intention. At 5, open your eyes, affirming, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. The many paths to illness. Illness does not always come from one cause. Sometimes it is heredity, sometimes pollution, sometimes lack of sleep, poor diet, or stress. At times it even seems tied to emotions. A woman might lose her hearing because there is something she refuses to hear. A man may lose his eyesight because there is something he does not want to see. Some people say illness is a lesson or even a blessing. But in truth, our Creator designed us for health, not sickness. The path to illness may be many, but the path back to wellness always requires faith, energy, and openness to healing. A living example, Sister Elizabeth's story. In 1976, Sister Elizabeth Reese, a Silva Method lecturer, faced a mysterious and frightening illness, Guillain-Barré syndrome. It began suddenly. One morning, she had double vision. By nightfall, she couldn't walk. And within hours, she was completely paralyzed. For most people, this illness means months or years of recovery. For her, it became what she calls her 30-day retreat. Why? Because she did not face it alone, nor with fear. She was surrounded by 6 sisters and friends who prayed with her day and night. She used Silva relaxation techniques she had practiced for years, keeping her blood pressure and heart rate normal, even while paralyzed. She replaced fear with faith, seeing herself not as a victim, but as a participant in a healing process guided by God. Instead of despair, she chose trust. Instead of panic, she chose prayer. Within 30 days, something her doctors called amazing, she walked out of the hospital. Her recovery was not just physical. It transformed her understanding of compassion, humility, and healing. She later said, "Healing is not an accident. It is a natural flow which, when allowed to function, truly does its thing. We are never alone. My energy is yours. Yours is mine. We all draw from the same source." The many paths to wellness. Sister Elizabeth's experience is a reminder. Faith in God opens the door to healing. Faith in family and friends gives strength to endure. Faith in ourselves allows the body's natural flow of wellness to work. When we feel alone, we feel stress. But when we know we are connected to something greater, a higher intelligence, God, or even the shared energy of those who love us, we begin to heal. Lesson of Session 13. Faith is not just a belief. It is an active energy that shapes the body, calms the mind, and accelerates healing. Just as a seed grows toward unseen sunlight, your faith draws you toward wholeness and health. Session 14. Gaining Peace of Mind. Imagine this. You're standing by a calm river. The water flows gently, carrying leaves and twigs away. You toss in a small stone, and ripples spread outward. But soon, the river returns to stillness. Your mind can be like that river. Stress, anger, and fear are the stones that disturb its peace. But just as the ripples fade, so too can your worries. If you learn how to guide your inner flow, peace of mind is not about having a life free of problems. It is about creating calm within, even when storms rage outside. The practice. Begin the journey. Close your eyes and gently roll them upward toward your eyebrows. This small movement signals your mind to step into a relaxed state. Relax deeply. Optional. Count slowly and silently from 50 down to 1. With each number, feel yourself sinking into calm. Start with your scalp and travel downward, relaxing every part of your body. Let tension melt away as though you are loosening knots in a rope. See your best self. At the count of 1, imagine yourself youthful, radiant, and full of energy. Hold that image firmly in your mind. Ask, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander freely. If a person comes to mind, imagine them clearly. Picture forgiveness, warm smiles, a handshake, maybe even a hug. Feel the weight lift as peace replaces resentment. Affirm health. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Return with energy. Say to yourself, I will count from 1 to 5. At 5, I will open my eyes, refreshed, in perfect health, feeling better than before. Count upward. As you count, remind yourself again at 3 that at 5, you will feel wonderful. Awaken, renewed. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. Teaching moment. The link between stress and illness. For years, doctors focused only on medicine and chemicals to fight disease. But research began to reveal another truth. Stress can harm the body as much as toxins. Twins study, Dr. William H. Green found that in 3 sets of twins, the one under stress developed leukemia, while the calmer twin did not. 8,000 patients study. Dr. Baltrush showed most cancer patients developed illness during periods of severe stress like loss or separation. Bottled emotions study. Dr. Caroline Thomas and Dr. Renee Mastrovito found higher cancer rates among people who suppressed emotions. Lesson. The mind does not just influence health, it can make or break it. Story. The cornflakes incident. NB was riding to work with her husband, enjoying a bowl of cornflakes. Suddenly, the car ahead braked hard. She lurched forward, her head hit the dashboard. Cereal splattered into her hair, handbag, and pretty floral dress. No one was hurt, but the mess ruined her morning. She was shaken, upset, and on the edge of tears. Then she remembered the Silva method. She closed her eyes, entered her alpha level, and told herself, I am thankful I am not hurt. Only good will come of this. My husband and I are going to have a great day. My nerves are calming. Peace is filling me. When she opened her eyes, she felt different. Lighter, stronger. Her husband saw the change too. Instead of sulking, she laughed, moved on, and turned a bad morning into a fresh beginning. Lesson. Stress is inevitable, but peace is a choice. Daily practice for peace of mind. Review your day spot any stressful events. At alpha level, ask, how can I turn this into growth? If you wronged someone, plan a way to make it right. If you missed a chance to help, resolve to act tomorrow. Over time, this habit produces a deep and lasting calm, the kind that leads not only to a longer life, but a more joyful one. Biofeedback and stress control. Sometimes we need proof that relaxation is working. That's where biofeedback devices help. Skin resistance meters show when your body relaxes. EEG machines reveal when you've entered the alpha brainwave state. These tools confirm progress, giving confidence and helping students trust the process. But remember, biofeedback only helps you measure stress. The true power lies in using your alpha level to prevent stress and choose peace. Final thought. Peace of mind is not something you stumble upon. It's something you train your mind to create. Each time you forgive, each time you reframe a problem, each time you return to calm, you are strengthening your inner river of peace. Session 15. Diffusing destructive thoughts. Have you ever noticed how one single negative thought can spoil your entire day? Imagine this. You wake up feeling fine, but then you recall an old argument with someone. Slowly, irritation builds. By the time you're at work, even small problems feel unbearable. That thought has spread like a drop of ink in clear water, clouding everything. Our minds are powerful creators. They can build us up, or they can quietly tear us down. And if left unchecked, destructive thoughts don't just harm our peace of mind. They can harm our health. In this session, you'll learn how to take charge, transform these thoughts, and turn them into allies for healing and well-being. The practice. Begin with stillness. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Relaxation and counting. Slowly and silently count backward from 50 to 1. Take about 1 second with each number. Optional. As you count, bring awareness to your body from head to toe, releasing tension in each part. Visual healing. When you reach 1, hold a picture of yourself in your mind. Youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. Ask yourself, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander gently. If someone comes to mind, visualize them clearly. Now picture forgiveness. Imagine a smile, a handshake, or even a hug. Feel the release, the lightness that forgiveness brings. Affirm health. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Return to wakefulness. Tell yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. At count 3, remind yourself again of this promise. At count 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. The teaching. Scientists now know that depression weakens the immune system, while joy, faith, and peace strengthen it. But long before research confirmed this, people noticed how destructive moods seem to invite illness. Think of it this way: continuous irritation, like an overbearing boss or endless resentment, can eat away at the body, just as friction causes wear and tear. Secret frustrations often surface on the skin, in the gut, or in the joints. Chronic worry weakens the stomach. Anger weighs on the heart. Sadness saps the lungs. But here's the good news. If destructive thoughts can create illness, constructive thoughts can create health. The punishment fits the crime. Our thoughts shape our bodies. If you constantly think destructively, you harm yourself before you harm anyone else. Depression, bitterness, or self-pity not only lower your mood, they lower your immunity. You become more vulnerable to viruses, infections, and even serious illnesses. On the other hand, forgiveness, harmony, laughter, and joy act like medicine. Norman Cousins famously cured himself of an incurable disease with nothing more than laughter, music, and joy. Therapists today even run laughter seminars because happiness itself can heal. Practical tools to diffuse negativity. Cancel, cancel. Whenever a negative thought enters, stop. Close your eyes. Look slightly upward and say mentally, cancel, cancel. Then open your eyes. Resolve inner conflicts. If an activity or habit brings guilt or conflict, go to your alpha level, Identify it and resolve not to repeat it. Bedtime stress release. Before sleep, review your day. Did you do something wrong? Affirm you'll fix it tomorrow. Did you avoid something necessary? Resolve to do it. Then fall asleep in peace. Healing visualization. Go to Alpha. Imagine entering your body and see yourself repairing what's wrong. Picture perfect health and count yourself back out. The wisdom, you and I are co-creators with life itself. We are not powerless victims of destructive thoughts. We are their masters, if we choose to be. When we think positively, when we forgive, when we choose joy, we are rewarded not just with peace of mind, but with health and long life. But if we allow destructive thoughts to dominate, we punish ourselves first. The choice is always in our hands. Happiness heals, forgiveness frees. Positive thoughts protect. Session 16. Pain and hypnosis. Imagine you lived 200 years ago. You're lying on a wooden table, about to have surgery. There are no injections, no anesthesia, no painkillers. Just 4 strong men holding you down while the surgeon works. The only medicine you're offered is a bottle of whiskey. Can you picture the fear, the helplessness, and the agony? Now fast forward to today. A dentist can numb your tooth in minutes. Surgeons can operate while you sleep peacefully. And yet, here's the fascinating part. Even before modern drugs, some people discovered another way to stop pain. The mind itself. This is where our journey begins. In this session, you will discover how hypnosis and mental training can reduce, even eliminate pain, sometimes more effectively than chemicals. You'll also learn practical methods to apply this skill to your own life. Step-by-step practice. Begin the relaxation. Close your eyes. Roll them gently upward toward your eyebrows. Calm the mind. If you wish, count slowly and silently from 50 down to 1 number per second. Optional deepening. With each number, bring awareness to your body, starting from your scalp down to your toes, relaxing each part as you go. Create a healing image. When you reach the count of 1, imagine yourself as youthful, radiant, healthy, and full of life. Ask silently, why do I have this physical problem? Then allow your mind to wander. If a person comes to mind, visualize them. Imagine forgiving them and them forgiving you. Picture a handshake, a hug, or a smile. Feel the peace that comes with release. Affirm health. Say mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Return to wakefulness. Count from 1 to 5. At 3, repeat, when I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, better than before. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health. And this is so. Why this works. Pain, bleeding, and healing aren't only physical. They are deeply influenced by the mind. By entering the alpha level, a deeply relaxed brain state, you can actually control these processes. Did you know? You can stop chronic pain instantly through mental focus. You can speed healing and reduce bleeding. You can even assist others at a distance in relieving pain. Your brain is a pharmacy. It produces natural painkillers called endorphins, which can be triggered through techniques like hypnosis. A glimpse into history. In the early 1800s, Dr. James Dale, a British physician in India, stunned the medical world. With no anesthetics available, he used Mesmer's energy passes, simple hand movements over the body to perform surgeries painlessly. Amputations were carried out without agony, and infection rates dropped drastically. Later, other doctors noticed that fakirs in India could lie on beds of nails without pain. Inspired, they developed hypnosis techniques that allowed patients to undergo surgery painlessly. Yet, at the time, many in the medical field dismissed it, refusing to accept what was before their eyes. Practical pain control technique. Try this exercise, often taught in Silva training. Reach alpha by relaxing and counting down. Imagine placing your weaker hand, left hand for right-handed people, into a bucket of ice-cold water. Feel the chill, the numbness. After a few minutes, test it by pinching. You'll feel little or no sensation. Now place this numb hand over a painful area of your body. The numbness will transfer, and endorphins will ease the pain. When finished, restore normal feeling by rubbing your hand and saying, "Hand normal." With practice, this becomes easier and faster. Another method, a beta way to end pain. Chronic pain often lingers long after the body has healed. Here's a mental trick. Point to the pain. Ask, if this pain were in a container, what shape and size would it be? Ask, if it had a color, what would it be? If it had a taste, what would it taste like? If it had a smell, what would it smell like? Repeat the cycle, noticing how the pain changes. With each round, its intensity decreases until it disappears. This works because you're transforming pain from a subjective feeling into an objective object, and your brain responds by releasing endorphins. Key lesson: pain is not only in the body, it's in the mind. Acute pain is a signal, respect it. Chronic pain often becomes a habit, break it. You can train your brain to control, reduce, or eliminate pain. As you practice, remember this truth: the mind can make us sick, and the mind can keep us well. Session 17. Dealing with emergencies. Imagine this. You're driving home on a rainy evening. Suddenly, another car swerves too close, and your heart skips a beat. Or maybe you've had a sudden injury, something unexpected, shocking and painful. In moments like these, panic usually takes over. The mind starts racing. The body tenses up, and fear magnifies the pain. But what if you had a tool simple, invisible, and always with you that could help you stay calm, reduce pain, and even accelerate healing? That's what this session is all about. Learning to use your mind as your emergency kit. The relaxation process. Before mastering emergencies, you must train your mind to enter the alpha state, a calm, focused level of awareness. Here's how. Close your eyes and gently roll them upward toward your eyebrows. Count slowly backward from 50 to 1, allowing each number to take you deeper into calmness. Optional steps. Focus on relaxing your body, part by part, from head to toe. At the count of 1, visualize yourself as youthful, radiant, healthy, and strong. Ask yourself, why do I have this problem? And let your mind wander freely. If someone appears in your thoughts, imagine forgiving them, sharing a hug or handshake, and feeling peace. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Prepare to return. Tell yourself, when I count from 1 to 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, in perfect health, and better than before. Count up. At 5, open your eyes, affirming, I am wide awake, in perfect health, better than before. A real story. Calm in crisis. Let me share a true account of David Pelby from Canada. In March 1980, while working on a drilling rig, David suffered a terrible accident. He lost the tips of several fingers. Most people would collapse from pain and shock. But David, who had practiced the Silva method for 2 years, instantly began using his mental training. As blood flowed, he told himself, don't hurt, no pain, don't bleed. He applied Silva's pain control techniques, programming his mind with, it's healed now. Even during an 8-hour ordeal with delays, no pain medication, and long waits, he stayed calm, cheerful, and hopeful. Finally, he received surgery from one of the best doctors available. Just 4 days later, his healing was so remarkable that the doctor called it one of the finest recoveries he had seen. Within 3 weeks, David was back to work, His story shows how a trained, calm mind can work with the body to create extraordinary results even in emergencies. The 3 fingers technique. Emergencies strike fast. You may not have time to close your eyes and count to 50. For this, Silva taught the 3 fingers technique, a shortcut to alpha. Here's how to program it. Close your eyes, roll them upward, and count yourself into alpha. Place your thumb and first 2 fingers together and say mentally, whenever I put these 3 fingers of either hand together, my mind works at a deeper level to normalize any injury. Count out, open your eyes, and feel good. From then on, touching those 3 fingers together becomes a mental switch that activates your deeper mind instantly. Perfect for emergencies. Pre-programming for emergencies. There's one more step training your mind in advance so that, in the middle of a crisis, you don't even need counting. Do this at night, just before falling asleep. Go to your alpha level. Instruct yourself. I will awaken at the best time during the night to program for emergencies. When you wake naturally, go to alpha again and press your 3 fingers together. Tell yourself, whenever I face an emergency, by simply defocusing my eyes, just staring off into space, I will enter alpha instantly. I will use more of my mind to handle the situation calmly and come out of it in perfect health. Return to sleep. By doing this, your brain learns to respond automatically. In a crisis, your mind won't panic. It will trigger healing, calmness, and clarity, just like a trained soldier responds to danger. Lesson of Session 17. Emergencies don't give warnings, but if you prepare your mind, you'll carry with you an inner shield, calmness, clarity, and healing power that no accident can take away. Session 18. First aid procedures. Imagine this. You're walking down the street on a quiet afternoon, and suddenly you see someone fall from a bicycle. The crowd gathers, people panic, and some shout, "Call an ambulance." In moments like these, fear often takes over, but there is something far more powerful you can bring to the situation: your mind. The Silva method teaches us that when accidents strike, your thoughts are not just a background noise. They can become your most reliable first aid kit. Just as a doctor uses instruments, you can use visualization, relaxation, and focused intent to stop bleeding, relieve pain, and even accelerate healing. Let's walk through this session step by step, as if you are not just reading, but living it. Entering the healing state. First, let's prepare your mind for healing work. Close your eyes gently and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Begin a slow countdown from 50 to 1, pausing about a second between numbers. If you like, deepen the relaxation. Starting from your scalp, relax each part of your body from head to toe. Feel tension melt away. When you reach 1, picture yourself as youthful, radiant, and healthy. Now ask yourself, why do I have this physical problem? Allow your mind to wander. If a person comes into focus, visualize forgiveness smiles, nods, a handshake, or even a hug. Forgiveness often clears emotional blocks that slow healing. Finally, affirm, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Then prepare to awaken by counting from 1 to 5, programming yourself to feel healthier, fresher, and stronger when you open your eyes. Positioning mental pictures. Here's a fascinating discovery. Where you place your mental picture matters. Visualize in front of you, programming in the present. Visualize to the right, revisiting the past. Visualize to the left, projecting into the future. When we program for healing, we begin in the present, straight ahead. Then slowly move the picture to the left, towards the future. This is where healing is built in. I once tested this with my children. When I asked them to imagine doing better in school, I had them tilt slightly to the left. It aligned with how hypnotized subjects naturally lean when moving into the future. Healing after an injury. 15-minute routine, Think of this as your mental first aid drill. Defocus your eyes and enter alpha. Visualize yourself in a full-length mirror. Spend 2 minutes analyzing your injuries. Move the picture slightly to the left. For 12 minutes, imagine healing taking place, cuts closing, tissues repairing, bones knitting. Move the picture farther to the left. Spend 1 minute imagining yourself totally healthy and normal. End the session by counting out. Repeat this routine 3 times a day, morning, noon, night. Stopping. Profuse bleeding. Mental technique. Sometimes wounds bleed more than necessary. While medical care is essential, you can help your body obey your mind in emergencies. Here's how. Enter alpha. Imagine the bleeding area becoming cold. Feel it colder and colder. Visualize it covered with ice, knowing it is sealed and safe. Stay with this image until the bleeding slows and stops. Your mind commands, your body responds. Blood vessels constrict, and bleeding reduces. Other first aid techniques in the Silva method. 1. Pre-programming. Hand numbness for pain control. Drop your weakest hand into an imaginary bucket of ice water until it feels numb. Later, you can transfer this numbness to any painful area by touching it and by restoring normal feeling in your hand. 2. A beta, left brain. Way to relieve pain. Describe your pain as if it were an object. What shape? What size? What color? What taste? What smell? Keep identifying until the pain fades away. 3. Pre-programming instant alpha for emergencies. Before sleep, go to alpha and program yourself. In emergencies, I will instantly reach alpha by defocusing my eyes, allowing my mind to restore balance and health. 4. Accelerated healing of injuries. Picture injuries healing for 12 minutes. Picture yourself completely well for 1 minute. Repeat 3 times daily. The core lesson. Emergencies demand calm minds. While others may panic, you can bring order by remembering this. The body follows the mind. When you visualize correctly, your brain sends powerful instructions to your body, slowing bleeding, dulling pain, speeding recovery. Think of your mind as a skilled emergency doctor who is always on call, waiting for you to give the order. Session 19. The right brain and the positive approach. Imagine you're standing in front of a mirror. You smile, but behind that smile, maybe there's a worry about health, stress, or a burden you carry silently. Now imagine this. What if you could talk directly to the part of your mind that holds untapped creativity, intuition, and healing power? The part that often whispers in flashes of insight, but rarely gets heard. That part is your right brain. It is like a hidden treasure chest ignored by many, but powerful when unlocked. And today, you'll learn how to connect with it and use it for healing, peace, and positive transformation. The practice. Enter the alpha state. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Slowly count backward from 50 to 1, taking about a second with each number. Optional. As you count, focus on relaxing your body part by part, starting from your scalp down to your toes. Imagine tension melting away. Create your healing picture. When you reach the count of 1, imagine yourself as youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. See this version of you clearly. Now ask yourself, why do I have this physical problem? And allow your mind to wander. If a person comes to mind, visualize them. Picture forgiveness, a handshake, a smile, maybe even a warm hug. Notice how good this feels. Affirm and strengthen. Repeat in your mind, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Count from 1 to 5. At 3, remind yourself, when I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, better than before. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. The teaching story. Think of your thoughts as invisible ripples in a pond. Negative thoughts are like drops of poison that spread and disturb the water around you up to 25 feet or more. Positive thoughts, on the other hand, are like sunlight breaking through the clouds. They don't just brighten the pond, they can shine across distances without limit. This is why the right brain matters. Our left brain handles logic, numbers, and step-by-step thinking. But the right brain? It's the seat of intuition, creativity, healing, and connection. Unfortunately, most of us have been trained to dismiss it. We label intuition as silly, imagination as childish, and extrasensory flashes as unreliable. But here's the secret. The more you practice the Silva method, the more you let your right brain speak up. And when both hemispheres left and right work together, you unlock the full potential of your mind. Mining the unconscious. The subconscious mind, as F.W.H. Myers once said, is both a rubbish heap and a gold mine. Yes, it holds our fears, allergies, and bad habits. But it also contains genius, creativity, and the power to heal. Your mental screen is the tool to access it. Picture it floating about 20 degrees above eye level, just in front of you. Whatever you project there with emotion and belief health, forgiveness, creativity eventually takes form in the physical world. That's why when you visualize healing, you're not just daydreaming, you're creating the energy form of health before it becomes reality. Healing, the dual approach. Doctors focus on the objective side medicines, surgeries, and physical interventions. The Silva method focuses on the subjective side, the mind, emotions, and spirit. The best healing combines both. Even placebos work because they activate the power of belief and expectation in the mind. But here, you're learning to activate that power directly without needing a sugar pill. Healing others at a distance. An amazing truth about the Silva method is that you can help heal others not by touching them, but by working at a distance in the non-physical realm. A graduate once helped a neighbor overcome years of painful sciatica. Another helped a dancer shrink a tumor. Another helped a newborn baby avoid dangerous surgery. These results came because the mind, at deep alpha and theta levels, can influence not only one's own body, but even the cells of another person. That's why this practice is so powerful. Alpha levels help you visualize healing. Theta levels allow your mind to influence even the autonomic nervous system, the part that controls organs, tissues, and glands. At these deep levels, you are not just thinking about healing, you are participating in it. Key lesson: negative thoughts destroy, positive thoughts heal. The right brain is your untapped healer. By combining subjective healing, mind, with objective healing, medicine, you give yourself the best chance of full recovery. With practice, you not only heal yourself, but also help heal others with love, forgiveness, and positive intention. Remember, your imagination is not fantasy. It is the workshop of creation. What you project with belief on your mental screen eventually becomes your reality. Session 20. Saving your life with the right brain. Have you ever noticed how sometimes you just know something? Like when you decide to take a different road and later hear there was an accident on the one you skipped. Or when a quiet gut feeling tells you not to trust someone, and later you realize that instinct saved you from trouble? That's not luck. That's your right brain, your intuitive side stepping in as a silent lifesaver. In this session, we'll learn how to train that life-saving intuition and also see how using the mind at the alpha level can protect your health and even heal your body. The practice: activating the right brain for health, relaxing into alpha. Close your eyes and gently roll them upward toward your eyebrows. Silently begin counting backward from 50 to 1, pausing 1 second between numbers. This slows brain activity from busy beta waves into the calmer alpha state. As you count, relax each part of your body scalp. face, shoulders, chest, stomach, arms, legs until you feel loose and light. Reimagine your health. At the count of 1, imagine yourself radiant, youthful, strong, and full of health. Ask silently, "Why do I have this problem?" And then let your mind wander. If someone appears in your thoughts, imagine forgiving them. Picture a hug, a handshake, or smiles of reconciliation. This dissolves the emotional roots of illness. Reprogram your mind. Affirm to yourself, "I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind." Count slowly from 1 to 5. When you reach 5, open your eyes with energy, repeating, "I am wide awake, in perfect health, feeling better than before." This simple ritual helps clear emotional blocks, strengthen immunity, and align the mind with healing. Teaching story: Brad's escape from fear. Meet Brad Koblenz, a man who lived 12 years trapped by agoraphobia, the fear of open spaces. He couldn't drive alone, couldn't leave his hometown, and constantly feared fainting or dying. His world shrank smaller each year. Doctors advised him to face the fear, but the first step felt impossible. Then Brad discovered the Silva method. By practicing alpha-level techniques, he learned to visualize calm trips before traveling, replace fearful thoughts with the command, "Cancel, cancel." Use the 3 fingers technique to instantly enter a state of relaxation. Result? He broke free of 12 years of fear. Brad had saved himself not just from phobia, but also from the serious physical illnesses that long-term worry might have triggered: ulcers, heart strain, or worse. The hidden link: mind, body, and sickness. Negative thinking is equal to weakened immunity. Worry, anxiety, fear, hostility, all of these are as dangerous as germs and viruses. Many health problems begin as psychosomatic. Mind created, but if unchecked, can turn organic, physically real. Doctors may not always detect psychosomatic illness early, but you can, because it begins in your inner world, and you are the best therapist for your own mind. The life-saving role of the right brain. Researchers are discovering something startling. All disease has psychosomatic roots. Even accidents may not be random. Why did a woman skip a flight, only to learn it crashed? Why did a man take the longer road, just as the shorter one washed out? This is the right brain at work intuition, gut feeling, inner guidance. And when we practice entering alpha, we strengthen this inner compass. So next time you practice your countdown, remember, you're not just relaxing. You're training your right brain to keep you healthy, safe, and alive. Lesson to carry forward. Your right brain is your hidden lifesaver. When you calm your mind, heal emotional wounds, and strengthen intuition, you not only prevent disease, but also open the door to life-saving insights in critical moments. Session 21. Eliminating pernicious thoughts. Have you ever noticed how a single dark thought can feel like a tiny spark that sets an entire forest on fire? One minute you are calm, and the next, your mind is spiraling with anger, regret, or fear. Destructive thoughts work exactly like that. They creep in quietly, but if unchecked, they can steal your peace, poison your health, and distort your relationships. The good news? You are not powerless. Your mind has the ability to stop these thoughts, replace them with healing ones, and reprogram itself for peace and strength. This session is about learning how to do exactly that, because the battle for a healthier life always begins in your own head. Step-by-step exercise. Begin with relaxation. Close your eyes and gently roll them upward toward your eyebrows. Slow countdown. Reduce your count from 50 to 1, then from 25 to 1. Count silently, pausing 1 second between each number. Optional steps include relaxation scans or body awareness techniques. Now starting with your scalp. Move your attention slowly through your body, from head to toe. Relax each area as if you are smoothing out wrinkles in a cloth. Create a healthy self-image. When you reach the count of 1, imagine yourself youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. Hold this picture firmly in your mind. Ask yourself, why do I have this physical problem? Allow your mind to wander naturally. If a certain person comes to mind, picture them clearly. Imagine forgiving each other. A smile, a handshake, a hug. See harmony restored. Feel the relief and lightness inside you. Affirmation. Mentally repeat, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Return with strength. Tell yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach the count of 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. Reinforce midway. At the count of 3, repeat the same intention. Awaken renewed. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. The negative power of destructive thoughts. Henry David Thoreau once observed, most men lead lives of quiet desperation. That desperation often comes from destructive thinking, hidden, silent storms that rage inside. Yet behind every call are thousands of silent cries. Pernicious thoughts don't always show up as suicide. They can trigger heart attacks, strokes, self-harm, aggression, or even violent acts. The truth is, every destructive thought claims a piece of reality. Left unchecked, it can shape events and harm lives. But here's the powerful insight. Rectification begins in your mind. Technique 1. Stopping destructive thoughts. Immediately, whenever you notice such thoughts, go to your alpha level, deep, relaxed state. Identify the thought clearly. Say to yourself, I don't need to have these thoughts. I don't want to have these thoughts. I will no longer have these thoughts. End your session. Technique 2. Replace with higher thoughts. You can also pre-program your mind to replace harmful thoughts with uplifting, spiritual ones. At alpha, identify the destructive thought. Say, I don't need these thoughts. I don't want these thoughts. From now on, whenever they appear, I will think of insert God, Buddha, Jesus, or your spiritual anchor. End the session. Technique 3. The 3 fingers reinforcement. At alpha, do a 10 to 1 countdown to deepen. Identify destructive thoughts. Bring thumb plus first 2 fingers together. Say, whenever I put these 3 fingers together, my mind functions at a deeper, more positive level. End session. Later, whenever negativity arises, simply put your fingers together. The mind will automatically shift. Variation, add, and my thoughts turn to spiritual choice. Technique 4. Attack problems early. Not every negative thought feels destructive at first, but small clouds can grow into storms if left unchecked. Use alpha programming early. Identify the problem. Affirm that it will be gone when you open your eyes at 5. Count out. Do this at the first sign of tension, sadness, or discomfort before it takes root. Technique 5. The thymus and smile reset. When you can't go to alpha, smile immediately. Smiling triggers your brain to release endorphins, making you feel good. Bring 3 fingers together. Tap your thymus gland, just below the sternum, with your fingers for 30 seconds. This quick action recenters your body and mind. Useful for dizziness, fatigue, boredom, depression, impatience, pessimism, morning blahs. Teaching insight. Your thoughts are like seeds. If you plant weeds, they grow fast and choke your garden. But if you plant flowers, hope, forgiveness, peace, they not only grow, but transform the soil itself. Every time a destructive thought arises, you now have tools to stop it, replace it, and program your mind for health. Because your life doesn't change when problems disappear. It changes when your thinking does. Session 22. A fantastic voyage. Have you ever wished you could shrink down, like in a science fiction movie, and travel inside your own body, exploring the mysteries of the heart, the brain, or the bloodstream? Imagine being small enough to ride a red blood cell like a boat, or to walk through your stomach as though it were a great laboratory. What if this journey wasn't just a fantasy, but a way to heal, energize, and connect with your own body? That's exactly what this session is about. Today, you'll take a fantastic voyage inside yourself, not with machines or miniaturization, but with the immense power of your imagination. When the mind imagines, the body listens. Where awareness goes, energy flows. Just as worry and fear can drain your strength, love and appreciation can heal and uplift you. This exercise is about using your imagination as medicine and gratitude as the key to unlocking better health. The journey begins. Sit in a comfortable chair, close your eyes, and gently roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Begin your countdown from 25 to 1, slowly and silently, waiting about 1 second between numbers. With each count, feel yourself sinking deeper into relaxation. As you arrive at 1, hold a picture of yourself in your mind, radiant, youthful, healthy, and attractive, exploring the inner world. Now begins your voyage. Imagine yourself as small as a grain of sand, entering your own body. At the scalp, slide down a strand of hair as though it were a rope. Beneath it, you find a forest of roots. Thank your scalp for protecting you and your hair for being your crowning glory. The skull? Beneath the scalp, picture your skull strong and steadfast. Thank it for giving your body its framework and protection. The brain? Travel deeper into the brain. Marvel at its brilliance, its ability to coordinate, calculate, imagine, and create. Send it gratitude for guiding every heartbeat, every breath, and every thought. Through the organs, eyes, nose, mouth, thank your senses for giving you sight, smell, taste, and expression. The stomach. Enter the stomach and admire it as a great chemical laboratory, tirelessly breaking down every meal. Appreciate its strength. The liver, pancreas, and gallbladder. Acknowledge them as quiet helpers in digestion and cleansing. The intestines. Travel along the winding small intestine, where nutrients are absorbed. Then to the large intestine, where waste is managed. Thank them for their hard work, often unnoticed. Through the bloodstream. Now, imagine entering a vein or artery. You are swept along in the bloodstream like a passenger on a river. See the red blood cells, delivering oxygen. Notice the white blood cells, like guardians, patrolling to protect you from illness. Thank the arteries and veins for keeping your circulation clean and steady. The lungs and heart. Stop at the lungs. See them taking in oxygen and releasing toxins. Thank them for their cleansing rhythm. Travel to the heart, the ever-beating pump that never rests. Feel its strength, its loyalty, and its devotion to keeping you alive. Send it a wave of love and appreciation. Returning home. Finally, return to the scalp. Climb back up through a hair and step out of your body, standing once again in your normal form. Count yourself out. I am going to count from 1 to 5. At 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, in perfect health, and better than before. As you count, remind yourself, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. At 5, open your eyes, smile, feel awake, refreshed, and more alive. Teaching insight. This exercise is more than imagination. It is mental programming at the alpha level. Just as repetition at the beta level helps you learn to type, drive, or ride a bicycle, repetition at the alpha level rewires your subconscious. At beta, repetition creates skills. At alpha, repetition creates transformation. When you admire and thank your body responds. Science now shows what ancient wisdom always taught. The mind and body are partners in health. Your fantastic voyage is a way of giving your inner world love. And love is one of the greatest medicines of all. Remember, what you imagine, you help to create. If worry can create illness, gratitude can create health. Moral of the session: your body is not just flesh and bones, it is a living universe, a loyal companion that serves you every single day without asking for recognition. When you learn to journey inward with gratitude, imagination, and love, you awaken the body's natural power to heal and renew itself. Where your mind goes, energy flows. If fear and worry can create weakness, then appreciation and positive vision can create strength. By programming your mind with images of health and thankfulness, you are not only imagining wellness, you are helping your body become well. The moral is, respect your body, thank it, and feed it with positive thoughts. What you admire appreciates. What you love grows stronger. Session 23. Your self-concept. Have you ever looked into the mirror and felt that the person staring back at you wasn't really you, but rather a bundle of doubts, fears, and old judgments? Imagine if you could close your eyes, step inside that reflection, and reshape it into someone radiant, strong, and unshakably confident. This is not fantasy, it's the power of your self-concept. The way you see yourself is like the script of your life. If you rewrite the script, your story changes. Today, you're going to learn how to shift that script using the Silva method. The exercise. Close your eyes and gently roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. This small step signals to your mind, I'm entering a deeper state. Count slowly and silently from 25 to 1, letting about 1 second pass between numbers. This countdown lowers your brain activity into a calmer, more focused alpha state. Optional. With each number, relax a part of your body from scalp to toes. Imagine tension melting away like snow in the sun. When you reach 1, hold a mental picture of yourself as youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. Ask yourself, why do I have this physical problem? Then let your mind wander. If a person's image comes to you, imagine forgiving them, forgiving yourself, and seeing both of you smiling, shaking hands, or hugging. Let peace settle in. Affirm mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Prepare to return by saying, I will count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, in perfect health, and better than before. At the count of 3, remind yourself of this. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. The teaching story, DK's transformation. When DK first joined Silva training, she struggled with fainting spells, dizziness, and constant waves of anxiety. Doctors had labeled it hypoglycemia. Within 2 weeks, her symptoms began to fade. Within 2 months, they were gone. But the real gift wasn't just health. DK said, for 10 years I searched for the spiritual key that would unlock the treasures in my soul. The Silva method gave me the direction and confidence I needed. Her healing wasn't just physical, it was the rebuilding of her self-concept. Why self-concept shapes your life. Psychological testing of Silva graduates shows that after training people, accept their appearance and body more positively, see themselves as healthier and more capable, get along better with family and colleagues, become more productive at work and home. When you value yourself more, criticize yourself less, and nurture your creativity, your outer world begins to mirror your inner self-image. The Silva Method for Personality Improvement. Research projects spanning from Guam's parochial schools to U.S. communities proved something fascinating. people shifted their personalities toward more calm, confident, and cooperative traits. For example, from easily upset to calm, high ego strength. From shy and timid to socially bold and spontaneous. From critical and aloof to warm and outgoing. From pessimistic to enthusiastic and cheerful. These shifts weren't temporary. Months later, they were stronger. Reflection for you. Look at these two lists. Traits diminished, worrying, timid, tense, aloof, gloomy. Traits enhanced, calm, confident, outgoing, relaxed, cheerful. Which side do you identify with today? Which side do you want to grow into? Every time you practice your morning countdown exercises, you're taking a step from the column into the column. You're slowly sculpting a better self-concept, and that concept will shape every action, every relationship, and every outcome in your life. Lesson: your self-concept is the foundation of your behavior and health. Change the way you see yourself at the inner level, and your outer world must follow. Session 24. Healing without intention. Opening lines, engaging. Close your eyes and picture a quiet harbor at dawn. The water glass smooth, boats bobbing gently, nothing pushing them but the soft breath of the breeze. That harbor is your mind. In the calm, things rearrange themselves. Sometimes what heals us happens not because we fight it, but because we stop stirring the water. Guide it. Practice a story you can follow. Read this slowly to yourself or out loud, and imagine you're the narrator of a short, gentle tale about your own body and mind. Settle into the harbor. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Breathe slowly. Feel the surface of the water steady. Descend from 25 to 1. Count from 25 down to 1, slowly and silently. With each number, imagine stepping down a staircase into deeper calm. Steps 2A, 3A, 3B, 3C are optional. A. As you count, move your attention from the scalp down through your body forehead, jaw, neck, shoulders, chest, belly, hips, legs, feet relaxing each area like untwisting a rope. Hold a new picture of yourself. When you reach 1, form a vivid mental picture of yourself as youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. Let the picture be detailed posture, skin tone, expression, the way you walk. A. Gently. Ask in your mind, why do I have this physical problem? Then let your mind wander without forcing an answer. B. If a person arises in your thoughts, picture that person. Don't judge the image, simply observe. C. Now imagine healing through reconciliation. Picture you and that person forgiving each other a hug, a handshake, smiles, heads nodding, and feel the warmth of resolution. Anchor the affirmation. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Say it calmly, as a fact. Prepare to reawaken. Tell yourself, I will count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes. Feeling fine and in perfect health. Feeling better than before. Count up and reinforce. Count 1, 5. At 3, repeat. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes. Feeling fine and in perfect health. Feeling better than before. Return to the world. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. Sit for a moment and notice any small shifts. 2 short stories. Teaching through example. Story 1. GS. GS, around 60, suffered from frequent, sudden bouts of colitis. During training, she learned to go into the alpha level state and to program positive thoughts. She expected to be distracted or to have symptoms. Instead, the sudden urges stopped during sessions and later in daily life. The change came quietly, as if the harbor's calm let the storm pass. Story 2, Louise Owen. Louise was told by doctors in 1980 that her hepatitis had progressed badly. After reading about the Silva-style training and attending a course spread over 2 weekends, she practiced short alpha-level sessions with positive affirmations. Between the weekends, a doctor's blood test showed unexpected improvement, clear blood where it had been abnormal before. She continued well afterward. This is an anecdote, not a controlled study, but it illustrates how a shift in inner climate can coincide with real, visible change. Why this works, a teacher's corner. What to pay attention to when you practice. Alpha level calm. The relaxed harbor state reduces mental noise and increases access to constructive imagery and suggestion. Think of alpha as a receptive mode, not a magic switch. Imagery rewires habit. Vivid mental pictures, how you look and feel when healthy, help your mind rehearse new patterns. Repetition strengthens those neural pathways. Emotion matters. Forgiveness and positive feeling aren't just pleasant. They change how the body responds to stress. Imagined reconciliation can lower tension. Affirmations anchor intention. Short, present tense statements. I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Make the new image feel real and ongoing. Non-fighting stance. Healing without intention means you stop pushing and start allowing constructive mental habits to form. Sometimes letting go is the necessary first step. Practical tips: how to get the most from this session. Do it daily. Even 10-15 minutes a day builds momentum. The original training used short, conditioning cycles repeated over time. Be sensory. Add smell, sound, movement to your healthy image. The brain prefers rich rehearsal. Use it alongside care. These techniques complement medical advice. Do not use them to replace professional diagnosis or treatment. Keep a simple journal. Note small changes. Sleep, pain levels, energy. Patterns often appear slowly. Be patient and curious. Don't demand results. Observe changes like a scientist noting data. Short read aloud script. 2 to 3 minutes. Close your eyes. Breathe in. Breathe out. Roll your eyes slightly upward. Count down from 25 to 1, sinking deeper with each number. When you reach 1, see yourself as vibrant and whole. Ask, why does this trouble exist? Let thoughts come and go. If a person appears, see forgiveness between you, a warm handshake or hug. Repeat, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Now count up from 1 to 5. At 5, open your eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, and so it is. A gentle safety note. Stories and testimonials show that inner work can coincide with real changes. However, these are not guarantees and are not a substitute for medical care. If you have a serious or persistent health problem, please continue to consult your medical professionals while using this practice as a complementary tool. Session 25. Improving visualization. Have you ever noticed how powerful a single image can be? A childhood memory, a favorite place, or even the picture of someone you love can instantly shift your mood. That is the secret doorway visualization opens for us. Visualization is not daydreaming, it is conscious creation. When you visualize with purpose, you give your brain instructions, and your body begins to respond. Think of an architect. Before a single brick is laid, the building already exists in sketches, in 3D models, in the architect's mind. Your health and well-being work the same way. If you can see yourself healthy, radiant, and strong, you lay down the blueprint for your body to follow. Let's step into this practice together. The exercise. Prepare the mind. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. This small action helps your brain switch into a relaxed, inward-focused mode. Counting down. Optional. Count silently from 25 to 1, allowing about a second between each number. With every number, feel yourself sinking into a calmer, deeper state. If you'd like, relax your body part by part. Start from your scalp. Move down your face, shoulders, arms, chest, abdomen, hips, legs, and feet. Each breath melts tension away. See yourself radiant. When you reach the count of 1, hold a picture of yourself in your mind, youthful, glowing, attractive, full of life. Ask yourself gently, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander. If someone comes to mind, don't resist. Picture that person. Imagine both of you smiling, forgiving, shaking hands, or even hugging. Feel the peace. Let the tension dissolve. Affirm health. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Return to wakefulness. Tell yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. At 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. At count 3, repeat the affirmation. At count 5, open your eyes and think, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. Teaching story. Why visualization works. At a healing institute, a psychotherapist, Robin Kasarjan, was once asked if visualization was a form of hypnosis. She smiled and said, when we visualize, we are not hypnotizing ourselves. We are de-hypnotizing ourselves. Think about it. Hypnosis makes you passive, but visualization awakens both sides of your brain, the right, imagination, and the left, logic. You become more alert, more creative, and more in control. And here's the best part. You don't need perfect visual clarity. Even faint, hazy images work. Just like learning to ride a bike, your ability to visualize sharpens with practice. At first you wobble, later you glide. Meanwhile, every attempt still brings healing benefits. Simple exercises to strengthen visualization. The mirror exercise. Look at your face in a mirror. Close your eyes and picture it. Open your eyes, check the details. If you missed your nose or eyebrows, study them again. Close your eyes and try once more. Each attempt trains your mind's eye to see more vividly. Daily practice in conversations. When someone mentions their car, imagine it. When you read about a house in a book, picture it. These small practices sharpen your creative muscle without disturbing your activities. Remember, every time you visualize, you are creating. Your health is being created by the images you hold. How visualization sparks healing energy. Think of something simple, walking to a door. You don't spell it out in words. Instead, you flash a mental picture of yourself walking. Instantly, your brain organizes muscle movements and energy to make it happen. Healing works in the same way. A mental image of your immune system fighting, of your lungs clearing, of your cells glowing, sends instructions to your body's computer. The details don't have to be anatomically exact. Your brain understands the concept of healing. So just as you decide to walk to a door and trust your legs to carry you, you can decide to heal and trust your body to follow the image. Visualization versus imagination. Some people say, but what if I imagine it wrong? Here's the secret. It doesn't matter. Your brain knows what you mean. The only danger is doubt. If imagining feels uncomfortable, that doubt can block your progress. So use whichever feels natural, visualizing what you've seen before, or imagining something brand new. A story. Healing through internal movies. 14-year-old SM had asthma. Her father guided her through a visualization. Imagine you are inside your lungs. They're not as pink as they should be. Now see a playful little creature with a lever. One side says, unhealthy. The other healthy. Each deep breath you take tickles him, and he pushes the lever toward healthy. Breath by breath, SM imagined her lungs clearing, becoming pink again. After 45 minutes, she felt relief. That night, she slept peacefully, no hospital trip needed. From then on, she created her own mental movies whenever she felt an attack. Within minutes, she would recover. You, too, are the director of your inner cinema. You can script a problem, play out the correction, and always give it a happy ending. Key takeaway: visualization is not about perfection, it's about practice. The more you relax and picture positively, the more feedback your mind and body give you. Every session makes you better. With imagination as your tool, you create your health, one picture at a time. Would you like me to also create a short daily practice script, 2 to 3 minutes? For this session, something you could read and instantly follow every morning or evening. Session 26. Stopping Unwanted Habits. Have you ever noticed how habits sneak into our lives like uninvited guests? At first, they seem harmless. 1 cigarette, 1 drink, 1 extra sweet. But soon, they refuse to leave. And worse, they demand more space. Habits, whether small or large, can quietly shape the course of our lives. The good news? Just as they were learned, they can be unlearned. Imagine standing at a crossroad. On one side, a road filled with old habits pulling you back. On the other, a fresh, bright path leading to freedom, health, and control. This session is about learning to walk confidently onto that brighter road. The practice. Here's the step-by-step method to begin breaking free from unwanted habits. Relax the mind and body. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Begin counting silently from 25 down to 1, 1 number per second. With each count, feel yourself drifting deeper into calmness. Optional, starting with your scalp, scan down through your body, relaxing each part from head to toe. Visualize your best self. When you reach 1, picture yourself youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. Ask yourself, why do I have this problem? Then let your mind wander. If a person comes to mind, imagine forgiving each other, perhaps with a handshake, a hug, or even just a smile. Feel the weight of resentment lift. Reinforce with positive programming. Mentally repeat, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Count slowly from 1 to 5. At 3, remind yourself, when I reach 5, I will open my eyes feeling fine, in perfect health, better than before. At 5, open your eyes with energy and conviction. Affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, better than before. And this is so. Hope for alcoholics. Let's step into a real story. At a halfway house for recovering alcoholics, 13 men and 2 women took the Silva method as part of their healing journey. Before and after, they were tested using a standard personality questionnaire. What happened was remarkable. Their ego strength improved, meaning they became more inner-directed, confident, and emotionally stable. Instead of relying on alcohol for control, they began trusting themselves. 6 months later, 12 had remained completely alcohol-free, while others reported drastically reduced dependency. The key was not just avoiding the drink, but strengthening the self within. This is an important teaching. Unwanted habits are rarely just about the habit itself. They are often about how we see ourselves, our stress, and our ways of coping. Strengthening personality traits like self-assurance and resilience is as important as visualization. Mental imagery in action. The 3 pictures technique is a powerful tool here. Picture 1. See the problem clearly. For example, yourself smoking, drinking, or overeating. Picture 2. See yourself correcting the problem, using forgiveness, affirmations, or a triggering technique. Picture 3. See the solution yourself free, healthy, radiant, and in control. This 3-step mental imagery rewires the mind to naturally shift from problem-solution freedom. Help with smoking and overeating. Just like alcohol, Smoking and overeating can be tackled with this process. For smoking, at your alpha level, analyze. When do I smoke? How do I feel then? Program daily to strengthen the weakness behind the habit. Adopt a triggering technique. Example, drink water or take 3 deep breaths when the urge hits. Use the 3-picture method. Picture yourself smoking. Picture yourself using your techniques. Picture yourself as a non-smoker radiant, strong and free. Gradually program yourself to delay cigarettes, then reduce them. For overeating, analyze. When do I overeat? What emotions drive it? Give yourself daily positive programming. Adopt a trigger, perhaps drinking water, deep breathing, or eating something light like celery. Use the 3-picture method. Picture yourself overeating. Picture yourself practicing self-control. Picture yourself at your ideal weight, clothes fitting perfectly, and a calendar marking your success. Program yourself to naturally dislike fattening foods and prefer healthy ones. The core lesson. Stopping unwanted habits isn't just about fighting the habit. It's about forgiving and healing past emotional wounds. Reprogramming the mind with positive affirmations. Using mental imagery to visualize your best self. Strengthening your inner self so external temptations lose their grip. Habits don't vanish overnight, but step by step. Using these techniques, you reclaim control. You stop being pulled by old patterns and instead become the author of your own choices. Teaching takeaway. Every time you replace a negative image with a positive one, every time you say, I am healthy, I am strong at the alpha level, you are reshaping your future. Session 27. Right Brain Healing. Review. Story introduction. Imagine for a moment that your mind is like a great theater. The left brain is the serious manager counting tickets, making sure the lights are on, and worrying about rules. But the right brain, it's the creative director. It paints the stage, writes the music, tells the stories, and creates the magic that makes healing possible. The Silva method taps into this creative director inside you, your right hemisphere, to help you heal, break unwanted habits, and restore balance. Think of this as learning to run the movie projector in your inner theater. Once you know how to project the right images, your body and mind begin to follow the script of health, peace, and wholeness. Let's review how to use this right brain magic, step by step. Right brain healing exercise. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Optional relaxation steps. Count slowly from 25 down to 1, about 1 second per number. As you count, relax each part of your body from head to toe. At count 1, hold a mental picture of yourself, youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. Ask yourself, why do I have this physical problem? And let your mind wander. If a person comes to mind, picture them. Imagine both of you forgiving each other. See smiles, handshakes, or even a hug. Feel relief. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Prepare to return. Say to yourself, I will count from 1 to 5. At 5, I will open my eyes, feeling better than before. Count up. At 3, remind yourself again about feeling better. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, better than before. And this is so. The versatile right hemisphere. Your right brain is naturally creative, solution-oriented, and healing. It responds to music, art, laughter, love, imagination. Each of these activates healing. The Silva method gives structure. But the truth is, your right brain doesn't need strict rules. Even if you deviate, as long as you enter the alpha level with belief, desire, and expectation, you'll see results. The basic Silva healing procedure. Visualize yourself with the health problem, 1 to 2 minutes. Move the picture slightly to the left. Imagine a correction happening. about 12 minutes. Move the picture further to the left. See yourself completely free, healthy, and whole. 1 to 2 minutes. Tips for improving visualization. Practice with a mirror. Memorize your face, close your eyes, and recreate it in your mind. Visualize daily objects. When reading or hearing about something, pause and picture it. Use imagination when unseen. If the health issue is internal, invent how it might look. Trust your creativity. Example: healing a heart vessel problem. Enter alpha. Visualize yourself in a typical scene with chest pains. Shift the picture left. See plaque dissolving and blood vessels clearing. Shift the picture left again. See yourself free of pain, healthy, and active. End your session. Repeat 3 times daily. Quick reviews for ending destructive habits. 1. Alcoholism. Strengthen the ego. Go to alpha. Analyze your habit. Give affirmations for self-confidence and self-worth. Use the 3-step healing visualization. Picture yourself drinking. Picture yourself embracing affirmations. Picture yourself a non-drinker, confident and vibrant. 2. Smoking. Replace with deep breaths. Go to alpha. Analyze when and why you smoke. Create affirmations to overcome the triggers. Program. 3 deep breaths will remove my craving. Visualize yourself as a smoker replacing cigarettes with affirmations, becoming a non-smoker in a month's time. Gradually delay and reduce cigarettes. 3. Overeating. Build confidence and triggers. Go to alpha. Analyze your snacking times and feelings. Use affirmations like, every day I grow more confident in myself. Program a trigger. Deep breaths. An apple slice or carrot stick instead of snacks. Visualize. Current overweight practicing affirmations triggers slim. Healthy you. Reprogram cravings. Junk food loses appeal. Nutritious food satisfies. Mental movies method. When internal problems are hard to visualize, go to alpha. Imagine yourself inside your body at the trouble spot or inside the behavior pattern. Run a mental movie where the problem improves and fully corrects. End the session. Repeat 3 times daily. Teaching insight. Your right brain doesn't argue or resist, it creates what you feed it. If you give it images of health, forgiveness, freedom from addiction, or joy, it will quietly set your body and mind in that direction. That is the true power of right brain healing. Session 28. Helping yourself by helping others. Have you ever noticed how helping someone else often leaves you feeling lighter, stronger, and even happier? It's as if every act of kindness you send out finds its way back to you, not just emotionally, but physically and spiritually. Healing works the same way. When you lend your mind and heart to support the healing of another, something extraordinary happens. You begin to heal yourself. This session will take you on a journey that shows how the power of the mind extends beyond the boundaries of your own body. It teaches us a truth hidden in plain sight, that in healing others, you are also weaving threads of healing within yourself. The practice steps. Prepare yourself. Close your eyes and gently roll them upward toward your eyebrows. This simple motion signals your mind to shift into a calm, receptive state, entering the healing state. Slowly count down from 25 to 1, one number at a time, pausing a second between each. If you wish, you can first relax your body step by step, from your scalp down to your toes. Feel each part soften and release. Picture your best self. When you reach the count of 1, imagine yourself radiant, youthful, healthy, attractive, and strong. Ask yourself, why do I have this physical problem? Then let your mind wander naturally. If someone comes to mind, picture that person. See yourself and that person forgiving one another, smiling, shaking hands, maybe even embracing. Let peace and harmony fill the space, strengthening the belief. Repeat silently, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Returning with energy. Tell yourself, I will count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, in perfect health, and better than before. Count slowly. At the count of 3, remind yourself again of the intention. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. The story that proves the lesson. Picture this: a quiet home just outside Honolulu, Hawaii. Around 30 Silva graduates gather, ready for their bi-monthly session. They close their eyes, enter Alpha, and begin healing work. That evening, a man named Edward Kenny gives the name of his sister, Colleen, suffering for years with Crohn's disease. There was no known cure, and multiple surgeries had failed. The group silently works for just 3 minutes. They visualize her well, whole, and free of illness. Weeks later, Colleen visits Hawaii and tells her brother, Ed, I don't have Crohn's anymore. I just know it's gone. She had no idea a group across the ocean had worked for her healing, but she became living proof of the power of helping others at a distance. A year later, she was healthy, employed, and thriving. Another lesson in healing through others. Take the story of Marge Wolcott of Texas, who lived with multiple sclerosis, MS, for 15 years. She wore braces and could barely function. After learning the Silva method, she began programming not just for herself but for others who asked for her help. 3 times a day, she went to level, working on healing others, and afterward, she would include herself without even realizing it. Her faith and repetition rewired her own body. The braces eventually came off, the disease vanished, and she has lived free of MS for over a decade. Her doctor's only words, I've heard of this kind of thing, but this is the first time I've seen it. Teaching insight. Healing yourself is like fixing your own mistakes. It can feel difficult. Healing another starts from a neutral place. It requires less resistance, less self-doubt. When you help others, the energy you project circles back into your own body and mind. At the alpha level, the separation between you and others begins to dissolve. Helping another person is not really separate from helping yourself. Final thought. Think of helping others as an act of self-care. When you heal others, you heal yourself. The universe doesn't separate giver and receiver. At the deeper level of mind, both are one. So the next time you're asked to help someone, remember, you're not just healing them, you're inviting healing into your own life. Session 29. Healing at a Distance. Have you ever thought about this strange but powerful truth that your mind can touch someone else's life, even if they're miles away? Imagine whispering hope to a friend across the ocean, and somehow they feel lighter. Imagine sending peace to someone you love, and they sleep better that night. This isn't science fiction. It's the reality of how our mind, when calm, focused, and filled with intention, can become a bridge of healing that travels beyond space. Distance, after all, is only a measure for the body. For the mind, there are no borders. In this session, we'll explore healing at a distance, a practice where your relaxed and focused awareness can bring relief, comfort, and even transformation to yourself and others. The practice. Enter a relaxed state. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Begin to count slowly and silently from 25 down to 1, pausing about a second between numbers. As you descend, you are walking deeper into a quiet inner space. Optional steps 2A, 3A, 3B, and 3C may be used for deeper relaxation. Starting with your scalp, bring your attention to each part of your body, relaxing it as you move from head to toe. Hold a healthy self-image. When you reach 1, picture yourself as youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. See yourself full of life. Seek the root cause. Ask yourself mentally, why do I have this physical problem? Allow your mind to wander naturally. If a person comes to mind, notice it. Heal through forgiveness and connection. Picture yourself and that person together. Imagine forgiving one another, smiling, shaking hands, or embracing. Feel the release, the lightness, and the peace that flows from this act. Reinforce with affirmation. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Prepare to awaken. Tell yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. As you count, when you reach 3, repeat this intention. Return refreshed. At the count of 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. Stories of healing at a distance. To truly understand this, let's look at real stories from Silva practitioners. Each one shows how healing energy knows no distance. Case 1, 3,000 miles away. NS, who had undergone a second operation for intestinal malignancy, was visualized at the alpha level by a Silva graduate. Using an imaginary laser light, the practitioner cleansed the body of malignant cells. Months later, NS was completely free of the disease, even though the graduate was 3,000 miles away. Case 2, the newborn child. Ellie's newborn son hadn't passed his first bowel movement, and doctors were concerned. A Silva graduate entered Alpha, visualized the child's digestive system, and mentally corrected the blockage, describing it as blowing open the neck of a balloon. Hours later, the child had a huge bowel movement, and the family left the hospital. Distance involved, 2 miles. Case 3, the distant goodbye. A couple in New York, thousands of miles from home, asked Silva graduates to work on the wife's mother, who was in her last stages of cancer. The next day, they learned she had peacefully passed away. The prayer that often begins these sessions, God's will be done, was fulfilled. Distance, 6,000 miles. Case 4, the sudden fever. At a meeting where 10 untrained people decided to try healing together, LS was brought in with a 104-degree fever. They collectively relaxed, visualized healing, and by morning, her fever dropped to normal. Distance, just 1 room away. Case 5, the prostate case. A Silva graduate visited his friend in the hospital, who was in agony due to bladder distress. The graduate discreetly went to level, imagined relief, and applied a mental treatment. The friend soon relaxed until a nurse could help. Distance, 10 feet. Lesson to take away. Whether it's 10 feet or 10,000 miles, the principle is the same. Your mind is not limited by space. Healing is not only about the body, it's about forgiveness, peace, and the power of intention. Every thought, when focused and energized, becomes a ripple of influence. Distance is only for the body. For the mind, there is no distance, only connection. Teaching insight. The key is not in forcing the healing, but in relaxation, visualization, and surrendering to higher guidance. Forgiveness opens the channel, intention directs the flow, and faith seals the result. Session 30. Energy Fields. Opening Story. Imagine standing on a quiet hill at night. The sky is a deep velvet, dotted with stars. Around you, the air hums softly as if whispering secrets. You stretch out your hands, and though your eyes see only empty space, your body feels a subtle current, like a warm breeze brushing against your skin. You're not imagining it. This is energy. It surrounds you, flows through you, and connects you to every living thing. Just as we cannot see radio waves or Wi-Fi signals, but still rely on them, the human body emits and receives energy fields. These fields hold the power to influence our health, emotions, and even others. no matter how far away they are. In this session, you'll learn how to sense, shape, and send this energy consciously. Step-by-step practice. 1. Center yourself. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. 2. Alpha countdown. Slowly and silently count from 25 to 1, pausing 1 second between numbers. Steps 2A, 3A, 3B, and 3C are optional. 2A starting at your scalp, move your awareness gently through each part of your body, relaxing as you go from head to toe. 3. Visualize your best self. When you reach the count of 1, picture yourself as youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. 3A. Ask yourself mentally, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander. 3B. If a person comes to mind, picture them. 3C. Imagine you and that person forgiving each other. See smiles, handshakes, even a warm hug. Feel the relief and goodness. 4. Affirmation for health. Silently repeat, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. 5. Return to wakefulness. Say, I am going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes feeling fine, in perfect health, and better than before. 6. Count up. When you reach 3, repeat the affirmation again. 7. Open your eyes at 5. Mentally affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. The teaching behind the practice. The universe is not just solid matter, it's energy in motion. Consciousness itself is energy. And because you are energy, you can sense, influence, and even heal others, regardless of distance. Even your body radiates objective energy measurable like electricity, and subjective energy more subtle and spiritual. Some of these can be detected by instruments like infrared cameras, others by people who can see auras. But the Silva method goes further. You don't need someone physically present to sense their energy. By using your mind at the alpha level, you can scan and correct energy patterns from anywhere. Understanding the energy layers. Simplified. Think of your energy field as having 7 layers or dimensions. Some physical, some spiritual. 1. Purely spiritual energy field. Non-physical, subtle. 2. Subatomic energy field, the tiniest particles of reality. 3. Atomic energy field, building blocks of matter. 4. Molecular energy field, half physical, half spiritual. 5. Cellular energy field, your body's living cells. 6. Organ energy field, each organ's unique vibration. 7. Organ system energy field, like circulatory or digestive systems. The right hemisphere of your brain works more with the spiritual layers, the left hemisphere with the physical layers. But at the alpha level, you can influence both. Why right brain training matters. Your left brain already has thousands of points of reference, faces, tastes, smells, experiences. But your right brain is like a blank canvas. By practicing these mental exercises, you're planting signposts there, training your intuitive and healing abilities. Over time, you'll build a mental map of subtle energy, making you more skilled at sensing and helping others at a distance. In the classroom in action. A true scene. During the final hours of Silva training, students form groups of 3. One student, the orientalogist, writes details about a sick person. Another, the psychorientologist or psychic, closes their eyes, goes to alpha, and scans that person's energy field without ever having met them. The third student takes notes. Results? About 80% accuracy on average. Most people are stunned at their own ability. With practice, you can do this too. Takeaway. You are not just a body. You are a field of energy. This energy can be shaped, sent, and received no matter the distance. Practicing at the alpha level lets you heal yourself and others. Training your right brain gives you the intuitive map you need to work effectively with energy. As you repeat these steps, you're not only relaxing your body, you're learning to navigate the invisible universe of energy, a skill that can transform your life and the lives of others. Session 31. The procedure for remote healing, story and teaching. With a short guided script you can use tonight. Picture this. It's 3 in the morning. The city is soft and breathing, and you sit in a dim room with a cup of cooling tea. Far away, a friend tosses in sleep, burdened by pain. You close your eyes and discover that, without leaving the chair, you can reach out with calm attention, a gentle thread of intention that crosses miles. That thread is simply focused mind. Practice like any skill. Below, I'll tell a short scene so the method lives in your imagination. Then I'll teach the steps precisely so you can practice immediately. A short story to make it real. Rita knocked on Arun's door at noon, voice tight with worry. "My back keeps going out," she said. Arun smiled and didn't take the problem at face value. He remembered something his teacher once said. People often answer guess when they describe symptoms. That night, Arun sat quietly before sleep, counted himself down into a soft inner place, and imagined Rita 3 times. The problem, the correction, the healed person. He drifted into sleep from that place and, over the next week, received a message. The back pain eased. That little success made Arun more confident. He practiced, learned to listen for feedback, and learned when to repeat the work or recommend a doctor. Why this works? Teaching points. Alpha right brain access. The practice moves you into a relaxed, right hemisphere-friendly state where imagery, holistic perception, and intuition are stronger. That state makes focused imagination more vivid and effective for mental programming. 3-picture structure. Visualizing. 1. The problem. 2. The healing process. And 3. The completed healing creates a clear mental narrative, diagnosis, correction, outcome, which your mind can run like a rehearsal. Deeper levels for others. Working on someone else often needs a slightly deeper, more creative state, an extra countdown, because you're forming imagery that isn't tied to your own bodily sensations. Feedback loop. Healing is iterative. Use objective feedback to adjust your mental pictures and timing. If it's life or death, repeat daily. Stubborn conditions sometimes need sessions every 3 days. Don't substitute doctors. Use this as a complementary practice. For emergencies or medical diagnoses, encourage professional care promptly. Guided script. Read record and use short, about 10-15 minutes the first few times. Later, 3 into 1 to 2 minute picture sessions can suffice for remote work. 1. Sit or lie comfortably. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Take 3 slow breaths. 2. Center and descend. Count slowly and silently from 25 down to 1. Wait 1 second between numbers. Optionally, follow with a second count 10 down to 1 to deepen. While counting, scan your body from scalp to toes and relax each part. 3. When you reach 1, hold an inner picture of yourself or the subject as radiant, youthful, and healthy. Repeat mentally, "I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind." 4. Tell yourself quietly, "I will now count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes feeling fine and in perfect health." Count, and at 3, repeat the phrase, "At 5, open your eyes and affirm, 'I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health.'" This short awakening sequence anchors the session if you used it on yourself. For remote healing that you do at night, fall asleep from your level instead, see below. Remote healing. Others variation, 3 pictures. Program to wake if you choose. Before sleeping, Tell yourself, I will awaken at the best time tonight to help name. Fall asleep from this intention. When you awaken, or if you do this during the day, simply re-enter alpha. Do a 5-1 countdown to enter alpha, then an extra 10-1 countdown to deepen. Offer a moment of quiet prayer or grateful silence. Picture 1. Detect 1 minute. Visualize the person in front of you and, if you know the issue, form a mental image of it. If you don't know, scan and allow your attention to be attracted to the area that calls to you. Picture 2. Correct 1-2 minutes. Shift the image slightly left and imagine the correction happening. Tissue knitting, inflammation calming, bones settling, cells regenerating. However, the problem would look when being healed. Picture 3. Healed 1 minute. Shift the image slightly left again and hold the person fully healed, smiling, active, and relieved. Feel the outcome as already true. Fall back to sleep from that level, or if daytime, close with the same short anchor as above and open your eyes. Example of application. Mini case. Your friend says, "My doctor says I have arthritis." Translate mentally. The friend is giving you a clue, not the whole picture. You go into alpha, scan the body, notice a warm attention around the knees. Use the 3 pictures, see above, and program the water reinforcement. Ask the friend to drink half a glass before bed and half in the morning, if they agree. During picture 2, imagine them drinking that water and getting stronger. Reinforcement and follow-up. Life or death, repeat daily. Stubborn, chronic. Repeat every 3 days and try to get daily feedback on changes. If the patient consents and knows about the work, add a strengthening ritual, the water technique, and brief mental suggestions of habit change. Adjust pictures using feedback. If pain shifts or improves partially, change picture 1 to match the new reality before repeating the correction. Practical tips and troubleshooting. Start with yourself. Build confidence by practicing on smaller issues, sleep, headaches, before attempting serious remote healing. Short is fine. Each of the 3 pictures can be only a minute. Clarity beats length. Expectation matters. Approach the work calmly and with confident expectation, not desperation. Consent and ethics. Only work on someone if they've given permission, or if they're very sick and you have a clear, compassionate motive. Inform them afterwards whenever possible. Record results. Keep a short log. Date, condition, what you visualized, and any reported change. It trains your skill and clarifies what works. A short closing lesson. Remote healing is a practiced act of attention. It combines relaxation, focused imagery, moral intent, and follow-through. Think of it like tuning a radio. You learn to find the signal, the problem, tune the correction, and listen for feedback. Practice consistently, remain humble about limits, and always pair this inner work with good judgment. When in doubt, recommend the patient see a qualified medical professional. Moral of session 31. The procedure for remote healing. True healing is not about power. It is about connection, compassion, and clarity of intention. When you enter your deeper mind to help someone, you are not fixing them. You are becoming a bridge for higher understanding and love to flow through. Just as a mirror reflects light without owning it, your calm mind reflects healing energy without ego. The more peace you carry within, the more peace you can project outward, across distance, across doubt, across pain. So the moral is simple, yet profound. Healing at a distance begins with harmony within. The moment you quiet your thoughts, fill your heart with goodwill, and visualize wholeness, you become a silent instrument of the Creator's work. Let every act of healing, near or far, remind you that all minds are connected, and that by helping others, you also heal yourself. Session 32. Reinforcing Mechanisms to Help Healing. Have you ever noticed how a simple cup of tea, a glass of water, or even a smile at the right moment can make you feel better? Sometimes, it's not the object or the action itself, but the meaning we attach to it that strengthens our healing. In this session, we explore the fascinating idea of reinforcing mechanisms, little anchors of energy and intention that help the body and mind move faster toward health. Think of these mechanisms as reminders to your subconscious. Just as a bookmark reminds you where you left off in a book, a reinforcing mechanism reminds your body to keep healing. The healing procedure. Let's begin with a gentle exercise. 1. Close your eyes and roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. 2. Optional, count slowly from 10 to 1, relaxing more deeply with each number. As you count down, focus on your body from head to toe, releasing tension. 3. At the count of 1, picture yourself youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. Ask yourself, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander naturally. If a person comes to mind, visualize them. Picture forgiveness between you both. A handshake, a hug, a smile. Feel light and free. 4. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. 5. Tell yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. At 5, I will open my eyes feeling fine, in perfect health, and better than before. 6. Begin counting. At 3, repeat the affirmation. 7. At 5, open your eyes and affirm again. I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, better than before. And this is so. Advanced Healing Procedures. 1. Healing with Confusion, Method 3C. Imagine someone speaking in riddles. It rained yesterday, but if the sun had not shone so brightly, I would not have gotten wet. Maybe the weather will be better the day before yesterday. Strange, isn't it? Yet confusion lowers a person's defenses, making them more open to new programming. When the healer gently confuses the patient, they can then use the 3 pictures technique: the patient with the problem, the patient drinking water or another reinforcing mechanism, and improving. The patient in perfect health. Teaching point. Confusion is not meant to trick, but to soften resistance so healing suggestions can take root. 2. Healing with Expectation, Method 4E. Have you ever been hooked by a story, waiting for what comes next, and then the storyteller pauses? That pause creates expectation. A healer uses this same moment of heightened attention. At the peak of interest, they silently apply the 3 scenes technique: the patient with the problem being corrected, the patient fully healthy. 3. Using the survival mechanism, Method 5ESM. The survival instinct is powerful. When we are frightened, injured, or even startled, our body becomes alert and receptive. In this heightened state, a healer can program healing more effectively. Teaching insight. The survival mechanism acts like a door. Once it opens, healing instructions can enter more deeply. 4. Slowing brain activity, Method 6SBA. When brain activity slows, the mind becomes calm and impressionable. Special relaxation techniques, taught in advanced Silva training, can guide a patient into this state. Once there, healing suggestions are absorbed like seeds into fertile soil. Reinforcing mechanisms in healing. If a patient does not improve after repeated healing sessions, the reinforcing mechanism might be the key. Example, a glass of water may not work for everyone. For some, switching to tea, coffee, or even a daily food can make all the difference. These mechanisms work because they connect daily actions with healing intention, helping break habits and attitudes. Reinforcing mechanisms aren't just for physical health. They can also be used to help someone overcome destructive habits or negative attitudes. Instead of programming, stop smoking, You program. I strongly desire to be free of smoking. The reinforcing mechanism could be lighting a cigarette, drinking coffee, or reading a newspaper. Any repeated action. During the 3 scenes, picture the person with the problem. Picture them performing the reinforcing action and desiring to change. Picture them free of the habit, happy and healthy. Review, quick guide to helping others heal. Basic procedure. Enter alpha. Visualize 3 pictures. Problem, correction, health. Exit alpha. Detailed procedure. Program at night to wake at the best time for healing. Upon waking, go to alpha and deepen with 10 to 1 countdown. Pray briefly. Visualize 3 pictures. Illness, correction, health. Repeat nightly for serious cases or every 3 days for minor ones. If no improvement, add or change reinforcing mechanisms. Adjust the mental pictures as the patient improves. Closing teaching. Reinforcing mechanisms are bridges between the mind and daily life. They remind the subconscious to keep healing, even when we aren't consciously thinking about it. Whether it's a sip of tea, a handshake of forgiveness, or a simple thought of expectation, each small act can carry powerful healing energy. Session 33. Subjective communication. Imagine this. You walk into a quiet room, sit down, and close your eyes. The world outside is noisy, but inside your mind, there's a doorway to a different kind of conversation, one where words aren't spoken, yet hearts are understood. This is the power of subjective communication, a way to reach others not through arguments or instructions, but through the deep, silent connection of the mind. Now, let's explore this step by step. The practice. Prepare yourself. Close your eyes and gently roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. This small shift helps your brain enter a relaxed, receptive state. Relax deeply. You may choose to count slowly from 10 down to 1. With each number, sink deeper into calmness. Start at your scalp. Move awareness down through your face, neck, shoulders, arms, chest, stomach, hips, legs, and finally, your feet. Relax each part as you go. Visualize the best version of you. See yourself in your mind's eye, youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. Hold this picture firmly. Ask and listen. Ask yourself gently, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander. If a person comes to mind, picture them. Imagine both of you forgiving each other. See smiles, a handshake, or even a warm hug. Feel the relief and harmony. Affirm your health. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Return with strength. Say to yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, in perfect health, and better than before. As you count, repeat the affirmation at number 3. At number 5, open your eyes and declare mentally, I am wide awake, feeling fine, in perfect health, better than before. And this is so. Why does subjective communication work? Here's the fascinating part. Your right brain works differently than your left brain. While the left brain is logical, detail-focused, and sees differences, the right brain operates in a realm beyond time and space. It sees the big picture, sameness, and unity. That means, in the right brain's world, there is no true separation between you and another person. When you speak at this level, you are not just imagining, you're connecting with their deeper self. Think of it like tuning into the same radio frequency. When you're on the right channel, communication flows effortlessly. A story of healing with subjective communication. Take the case of Mrs. JT. Her daughter, newly married, had drifted away into the wrong crowd and ignored her mother's advice. The more the mother tried to talk, the more distant her daughter became. But after learning the Silva method, Mrs. JT decided to try subjective communication. At her alpha level, she imagined a warm, understanding conversation with her daughter. She pictured forgiveness, harmony, and closeness. The very next morning, when she visited her daughter, something remarkable happened. The daughter opened the door and hugged her mother for the first time in months. That small act was the beginning of a healthier, happier life for her daughter. Teaching point: the rules of subjective communication. To make this work, remember 3 rules that come from how the right brain functions. Detach from the physical world. Use imagination, not force. See unity, not division. Treat the other person as an equal, not as someone below you. Seek mutual solutions. Focus on what is right, not on who is right. For example, if your child is bedwetting, scolding won't help. At alpha level, if you say, "You lousy brat, stop it or else," you break the connection. The right brain shuts down. Instead, picture your child with love and say, "Darling, wouldn't it be better if, when you feel the need, you got up and went to the bathroom? Your bed will stay comfortable. You'll sleep better, and I won't have to wash the sheets." Simple, positive, mutual, and effective. The key takeaway: subjective communication works when it is done with love, equality, and simplicity. Session 34. Centering and Health. Story Introduction. Imagine a wheel rolling down a path. When its hub is perfectly in the center, the wheel turns smoothly, carrying its load with grace and balance. But if the hub is even slightly off-center, the ride becomes bumpy, unstable, and unpredictable. Now imagine that wheel is you. When your inner hub, your mind, emotions, and health is centered, you glide smoothly through life. Your thinking is clear, your emotions balanced, your health vibrant. But when you are off-center, life feels rough. Stress pulls you one way, worry another, and health problems often follow. The key to living with greater peace, vitality, and balance lies in centering yourself, aligning your inner world with the natural rhythms of the universe. That is what today's session is all about. Step-by-step practice for centering and health. Prepare for relaxation. Close your eyes and gently roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Count down into calmness. Optional. Begin counting slowly from 10 down to 1. With each number, feel yourself sinking deeper into a relaxed state. As you do this, focus your awareness on your body, starting from your scalp and moving down to your toes. Relax each part as you pass it. Visualize radiant health. When you reach the count of 1, picture yourself as healthy, youthful, radiant, and attractive. See yourself glowing with energy and vitality. Ask yourself quietly, why do I have this physical problem? Let your mind wander freely. If a person comes to mind, imagine them clearly. Then, visualize forgiveness. See yourself shaking hands, smiling, perhaps even embracing. Feel the relief, the release, and the warmth of harmony restored. Affirm health. Mentally repeat, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Prepare to return. Say to yourself, I'm going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine, in perfect health, better than before. Count back up. As you reach 3, remind yourself again of this promise. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so teaching. The meaning of centering. Just as a wheel depends on its hub, your life depends on your inner center. A wheel that isn't centered is eccentric, wobbling, unstable, unreliable. A person who isn't centered behaves the same way, easily swayed, erratic, or stressed. But when you are centered, your thoughts and actions align with the natural flow of life. Scientists have found that the Earth itself vibrates in resonance around 10 cycles per second, right in the alpha brainwave state, which is also the frequency of calm, focused human thinking. When you enter alpha through relaxation and inner focus, you become more human, more humane, more balanced. This naturally improves your immune system, your creativity, your intuition, and your overall health. You even become safer and wiser, less likely to create chaos or accidents, and more likely to create harmony and healing. Inner world, outer world. Modern life often tricks us into believing only the outer world matters, the tangible, logical, physical. But history proves otherwise. Artists first see their paintings in the mind's eye. Composers hear their symphonies inwardly before notes ever reach paper. Inventors dream their discoveries. Sacred texts and wisdom flow from the inner world to the outer one. The inner world is not fantasy. It is the birthplace of reality. To ignore it would mean abandoning your ability to create your own reality, losing the power to heal stress, pain, and negative thinking, cutting off your intuition and creative genius. The Silva method helps us restore balance between inner and outer, between left brain and right brain, so that our entire being works in harmony. When both hemispheres of the brain join forces, you are centered, in sync with the universe. That is where health, creativity, and peace flourish. Teaching takeaway. To be centered is to be aligned with yourself, with the earth, and with the greater flow of the universe. Through simple mental exercises, visualization, and affirmations, you can recenter your inner hub so that your outer life rolls smoothly, gracefully, and healthily. Session 35. Using Deep Alpha. Have you ever noticed how a radio can tune into different frequencies? At one setting, you catch the lively chatter of a music station. At another, you may find the calm rhythm of classical music. Your mind works much the same way. By adjusting its frequency, you can either tune into the outside world, sharp, alert, and problem-solving, or turn inward, finding healing, clarity, and peace. This session is about learning to use Deep Alpha, a brainwave state where you can not only relax, but also heal, forgive, and reprogram your mind for health and balance. It's like stepping into a quiet inner sanctuary where your body and mind can restore themselves. Step-by-step process. Prepare your mind and body. Close your eyes and gently roll them slightly upward toward your eyebrows. This small act helps shift your awareness inward. Relax with a countdown. Optionally, count from 10 down to 1. With each number, imagine tension melting away. Start at your scalp and move down to your toes. Relax every part of your body as you pass your awareness over it. Visualize your best self. At the count of 1, picture yourself radiant, youthful, healthy, and attractive. Let this image fill your mind. Ask inwardly, why do I have this physical problem? Allow your mind to wander naturally. Sometimes a face, a memory, or a situation will surface. If a person comes to mind, visualize them. Imagine forgiving them and them forgiving you. See yourselves smiling, shaking hands, even embracing. Feel the peace of reconciliation. Affirm health. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Return to wakefulness. Tell yourself, I'm going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, better than before. As you count, remind yourself again at 3. At 5, open your eyes with energy and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. Deep Alpha versus shallow alpha. Researchers once tested Silva graduates to see how different depths of alpha worked. Some went into deep alpha with extra relaxation, while others stayed at a shallow alpha. Shallow alpha, heightened outward attention. People could identify quick flash objects better than at the normal waking beta state. Deep alpha, attention turned inward. People became less aware of external flashes, but more attuned to inner healing and self-regulation. The lesson: shallow alpha works best for solving external problems, like business, money, or decision-making. Deep alpha is most effective for healing and maintaining health, but there are no rigid rules. If you only have a few seconds, even closing your eyes, defocusing them, or using a quick Silva technique is enough. When you have more time, go deeper, count longer, and let your body and mind sink into full restoration. Teaching point: think of it like diving into the ocean. Near the surface, shallow alpha, you can still see the sunlight and respond to the world above. Deep underwater, deep alpha, you leave behind the noise of the surface and find calm, weightless silence, the perfect place for inner healing. Whenever possible, choose deep alpha for health, but remember, any alpha is better than none. Even a few breaths and a mental countdown can work wonders. Session 36. Controlling environmental dangers. Imagine you're standing in a beautiful green valley. The air is fresh, the water sparkles in a nearby stream, and the sunlight feels gentle on your skin. Everything feels safe, pure, and nourishing. Now imagine the opposite: smog filling your lungs, polluted water in your glass, or stress weighing on your chest. Which world would you choose to live in? The truth is, we cannot always control the environment around us. What we breathe, what we eat, or the chemicals hidden in our daily lives. But we can control how our mind and body respond. The Silva method gives us tools not only to protect ourselves, but also to detect what may be harmful and make wise, intuitive decisions. Let's begin. The practice. Relax into alpha, close your eyes, and gently roll them upward toward your eyebrows. If you wish, count slowly from 10 to 1, relaxing deeper with each number. As you do, move awareness through your body from scalp to toes, releasing tension. See your healthy self. At the count of 1, imagine yourself as vibrant, radiant, youthful, and healthy. Ask silently, why do I have this physical problem? Allow your mind to drift. If a person comes to mind, picture them. Imagine forgiveness flowing both ways, smiles, a handshake, even a hug. Program for health. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Prepare to awaken by counting 1 to 5. At 3, remind yourself. At 5, I will open my eyes feeling fine, in perfect health, better than before. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, better than before. And this is so. Teaching moment. Worry is the real pollutant. Many people harm themselves more by worrying about food or toxins than by the toxins themselves. Stress, guilt, and fear poison the body faster than sugar, preservatives, or polluted air. Instead of guilt or anxiety, make wise choices calmly. Use your intuition at the supermarket. Pause, relax, and ask yourself, which is better for me right now? Then notice where your hand naturally moves. If you've practiced the 3 fingers technique, use it here for better centeredness. A centered person makes clearer, healthier decisions. Allergy work. If you suffer from an allergy rash, indigestion, recurring irritation, focus not only on relief, but prevention. Procedure to detect the cause. Enter alpha and picture yourself with the allergy, with a calendar beside you. Ask, when and why did this begin? Then slowly turn the calendar back. Watch scenes from the past surface. Allow them to play out. Return from alpha and analyze the memory with your present wisdom. Sometimes, simply understanding the origin of the allergy can dissolve it. If you already suspect certain foods, at alpha, visualize your doctor or a trusted authority. Present 2 possible foods, ask which one is responsible, and let the answer appear. Continue comparing until one culprit stands out. Dealing with pollutants. Go to alpha whenever you feel uncertain about environmental choices. Ask simply, is this good for me? Trust the first impression intuition often whispers the right answer before logic complicates it. On addictions. Environmental dangers also include mental ones, like drugs and addictions. These are choices made from past experiences and can't be solved by willpower alone. Helpful paths include Silva Method's 32-hour training, subjective communication, help from another person's mind to yours, professional or clinical assistance, which may even come as a result of the second. Key lesson: the greatest danger is not outside, it's inside. Worry, stress, and guilt. The greatest protection is also inside. A calm, centered, intuitive mind. When you live with this inner balance, you'll find that your body guides you to safer foods, cleaner choices, and healthier habits automatically. Session 37. Why heal? A short story and teaching practice to make the idea stick. Opening lines, engaging. Imagine you're sitting beside a small pond at sunrise. Mist lifts like a curtain and, for a moment, the world is perfectly still. A child nearby drops a pebble. The ripples reach the opposite bank and quietly rearrange a cluster of fallen leaves. That simple pebble is like one healed thought. Small, but it changes the pattern. The story, a parable to feel it. There once was a village whose bread oven went cold. At first, everyone blamed the weather, the baker, the oven, anything but the single broken stone in the hearth. One curious child, instead of arguing, knelt and nudged that stone back into place. The oven warmed. Bread rose. People stopped arguing and started asking how one small, caring action could restore what was broken. Healing works the same way. Often we look for big, mechanical fixes for what's really a simple misalignment in attention, relationship, or belief. When one person nudges the stone back, through forgiveness, clarity, or focused intention, the whole household can once again feed itself. Guided practice, make it experiential. Do this slowly. Get comfortable. Close your eyes and roll them very slightly upward toward your eyebrows. Let your jaw soften. Breathe slowly. Move inward. Optional, use these deeper steps when you have time. Count backward from 10 to 1. With each number, scan your body from scalp to toes and relax that part. Hold a healing image. When you reach 1, form a clear mental picture of yourself as youthful, radiant, healthy, attractive, not as wishful thinking, but as a felt possibility. Ask yourself mentally, why do I have this physical problem? Then watch your mind gently for answers. If someone comes to mind, picture that person. Imagine forgiving each other, a hug, a handshake, a smile. Feel the relief that comes with reconciliation. Affirmation. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Let it settle like a calm instruction to the nervous system. Reorient to waking life. Tell yourself, I will count from 1 to 5. At 5, I will open my eyes feeling better than before. Count. On 3, repeat the waking suggestion. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. End with gratitude. Teaching notes. Why this works. Simple, practical, non-mystical. Mind influences body. Attention and belief change physiology. Directing attention toward healing reduces stress hormones, improves immune function, and guides behavior. Better sleep. Diet. Follow-up care. Imagery is rehearsal. Your brain doesn't fully distinguish between vivid, imagined practice and real practice. Visualizing health trains neural patterns that support healthier choices. Forgiveness is medicine. Holding resentment creates chronic tension. Repairing relationships reduces internal conflict and frees energy for repair. We are co-creators. Healing is rarely purely passive. When you participate through intention, behavior, medical help, or social support, you join the creative process that sustains life. Addressing common objections briefly. Is it wrong to heal someone without their permission? If you can relieve suffering and it helps the person fulfill their life, helping is an ethical responsibility. Do so with compassion and respect. When possible, inform or ask the person, does this interfere with karma or God's will? If our actions are ineffective, that would suggest the universe forbids them, but they do work. Learning cause and effect helps people correct what they repeat unknowingly. That's teaching, not punishment. Is healing just wishful thinking? No, it's intentional practice combined with real-world actions. Visualization alone is rarely enough. It directs behavior, supports medical care, and strengthens social support. Short, reflective practice. 5 minutes. Close your eyes. Breathe 6 slow counts in and out. Picture one small physical discomfort, a stiff shoulder, a tense jaw. Ask, what am I thinking about when this happens? Notice without judgment. Imagine releasing that thought or meeting it with forgiveness. Visualize the tension loosening. Open your eyes and write one action you will take today that supports the image. Example, stretch for 5 minutes. Call someone, book an appointment. Take away 3 actionable points. Practice the 5-count waking routine daily for 1 week to cement the neural pattern of health. Use imagery and action. Pair a vivid health image with one concrete behavior. Sleep, hydration, appointment. Look outward. Healing often requires repairing relationships and asking for or offering help. Final line. To close the session, healing begins with a small, honest movement of attention, like the child who nudged the stone. When we learn to direct our minds with kindness and purpose, we don't just fix ovens, we feed the village. Session 38. Clairvoyance. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly felt the mood without anyone saying a word? Or perhaps you thought of someone, and they suddenly called you? These moments may feel like coincidences, but they are actually glimpses into something deeper, your natural clairvoyant ability. Clairvoyance is not magic, nor is it something reserved for mystics. It is simply your mind operating at a higher level of awareness, a level you are now learning to control. Imagine having a private window into the invisible layers of life, where solutions, answers, and even healing become clear before they happen in the physical world. This is what clairvoyance unlocks. Today's session will take you closer to that window. Practice steps. Close your eyes and gently roll them upward toward your eyebrows. Steps 2A, 3A, 3B, and 3C are optional. Count from 10 to 1. Starting with your scalp, focus your awareness on different parts of your body from head to toe, relaxing each part as you go. When you reach the count of 1, hold a picture of yourself in your mind as youthful, radiant, healthy, and attractive. Ask yourself mentally, why do I have this physical problem? Then let your mind wander. If you think of a person, picture them. Now, imagine forgiving each other. See the handshake or the hug, feel the smile, and sense the agreement. Let it leave you with peace. Repeat mentally, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Say to yourself, I am going to count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. Begin counting. At 3, affirm again your intention to awaken renewed at 5. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. And this is so. Congratulations. Only 2 more days remain before you complete this course. Story. What makes you clairvoyant? Picture this. Your brother is 1,000 miles away, suffering from gallstones. You sit quietly, enter your alpha state, and visualize him. In your mind's eye, you see the stones, not 1, but 2. You imagine crushing them. The next day, he calls. Just wanted you to know, I passed the gallstone this morning. You reply calmly, maybe, but there are 2. You'll pass another. The following day, he calls again. You were absolutely right. Can you feel the thrill? You have just used your mind in a way that feels almost superhuman. This is not guesswork. It is your clairvoyance in action. Teaching. How clairvoyance works. Clairvoyance is not about your eyes, ears, or skin. It's about your mind. First, there is a desire to know. Then you activate more of your mind. The information comes to you as images, words, or feelings. Some people see mental pictures, clairvoyance. Some hear answers internally, clairaudience. Some feel sensations, clairsentience. But all of them are powered by the same source, the mind. Think of ESP not as extra sensory perception, but as effective sensory projection. Everyone has it. The only difference is, you now know how to use it deliberately. The secret is simple. Desire brings information when you truly want to know. Your mind gathers the answer and delivers it in a form you can understand. Does having ESP make you strange? At first, you may feel different. After all, you are ahead of the majority who still wander in confusion. Many geniuses were once labeled strange. But having ESP doesn't make you odd. It makes you more aware. The real difference is that you now know how to control and apply it. That makes you a standout. If that feels uncomfortable, keep your experiences private. You don't need to brag or prove yourself. Quietly, you will know you are working as a co-creator with the universe. And the universe pays, not in coins or applause, but in health, peace, joy, and fulfillment. As Khalil Gibran reminded us, when you give without expecting anything in return, the universe itself rewards you in magnificent ways. Lesson. Clairvoyance is not strange. Not supernatural, but natural. It is your birthright. When you practice with humility and purpose, you align yourself with the creative intelligence of the universe. Session 39. Finding your purpose in life. Opening. A little story to pull you in. Imagine a quiet room, the light softened, and you, a curious traveler, sitting on the threshold of 2 worlds, the noisy, problem-heavy everyday world, and a calm, inner room where your wiser self waits with a lantern. You close your eyes, breathe, and step through. What you find inside isn't a map someone else drew for you. It's a picture you can shape. This session shows you how. Guided story and practice. Finding your purpose in life. You are the protagonist. Read this slowly or speak it to yourself as you practice. Get comfortable. Close your eyes and softly roll them upward toward your eyebrows, like looking up to the inner sky. Breathe deeply 3 times. Slowly count backward from 10 to 1. With each number, let your body relax a little more. Imagine scanning from scalp to toes, each area releasing tension like a tight fist opening. When you reach 1, picture yourself standing a few feet in front of you, younger, radiant, healthy, and confident. This is not fantasy. This is a possible version of you can learn from. Ask quietly inside, why do I have this physical problem? Don't force an answer. Let your mind wander and notice what images or names appear. If a person or memory arises, imagine meeting them. Picture a warm exchange, a hug, a handshake, a smile. See forgiveness and mutual understanding flow. Feel how your chest softens. Repeat slowly to yourself, I will always maintain a perfectly healthy body and mind. Let it settle like a calm tide. Prepare to return. Tell yourself, I will count from 1 to 5. When I reach 5, I will open my eyes feeling fine and better than before. Count, and when you reach 3, whisper the reminder to anchor it. At 5, open your eyes and affirm, I am wide awake, feeling fine and in perfect health, feeling better than before. Walk into the rest of your day carrying that feeling. Short story beat. Imagine you practice this for a week. Each time the younger radiant self gives you a small hint, a hobby that lights you up, a person who matters, an image of work that feels meaningful. Over time, those hints knit together into a thread you can follow. Teaching. Why purpose matters. Short and practical. Purpose energizes. People with a felt sense of purpose tend to be more engaged, less prone to chronic drift, and more resilient when stress hits. Purpose focuses choices. When you know what matters, saying no becomes easier, and your time becomes a purposeful investment. Purpose feeds health. Boredom and aimlessness drain motivation. Purposeful action creates momentum and improves mood. This is about well-being and lifestyle, not a medical prescription. A simple method to discover your purpose, actionable. Use this as a mini roadmap you can follow after your alpha sessions. Daily 10-minute alpha session. Use the guided practice above, then ask, what is my purpose here? Let images bubble up. Jot one sentence afterward. Capture the hint. After each session, write the first thing that came to mind. No editing. These raw hints often repeat. Build a purpose statement. Short template. Template. My purpose is to contribute, teach, create, heal for with people, audience, by method, skill. Example. My purpose is to teach curious adults how to lead with calm by creating simple, practical courses. Tested in 7 days. Pick one small action that aligns with your tentative purpose. A short talk, a volunteer shift, a 1-hour creative session. Track how it feels. If it energizes you, that's good evidence. Forgiveness and alignment. If someone or something keeps showing up in your inner sessions, do a small forgiveness exercise. Imagined handshake, hug. Unresolved friction often blocks clarity. Refine monthly. After 2 to 4 weeks, review your notes and draft a 1-sentence purpose. Keep it flexible. Purposes refine with experience. Practical exercises. Here, choose 1 per day. The purpose daydream, 5 to 10 minutes. Sit quietly, ask, why am I here? And let your mind daydream. Capture 3 images or words. Name the pattern, 10 minutes. Look at your week. What activities energize you? What tasks drain you? Mark them and circle the energizers. They point to purpose. 30-day micro-experiment. Pick one micro-habit tied to your possible purpose. Example, teach 1 10-minute lesson, write 1 short how-to, help 1 neighbor. At day 30, evaluate. More alive or not? Quick script you can copy. Read before sleep or in alpha. Relax. Countdown 10.9.8. Each breath takes me deeper. I see myself standing ahead, youthful, healthy, smiling. I ask, why am I here? What do I most love to do? I watch images come and feel gratitude. I forgive where needed. I feel strong, clear, and guided. When I open my eyes at 5, I will act from this clarity. A tiny weekly plan to begin. Day 1 to 3. Practice the guided alpha session once per day. Record 1 word after each. Day 4 to 6. Review your words. Try to form a short purpose sentence. Test 1 tiny related action. Day 7. Reflect. What felt true? Keep what resonates. Adjust the rest. Final encouragement. Story close. Think of this as learning to listen to your inner lantern bearer. The first time the light is small, a single hint, a person's face, a word. But if you follow it patiently, it grows into a path you can walk. You're on the final day of this course. The tools are now yours. Use them kindly every day and notice how the world begins to align with the person you see in that quiet inner room. If you want, I can now. Turn this into a printable 1-page practice sheet, or create a 7-day journal template you can use after each alpha session. Session 40. Peace of mind. Imagine waking up one morning and realizing that the greatest treasure you could ever possess is not wealth, fame, or even perfect health, but peace of mind. Without it, life feels heavy, stressful, and chaotic. But with it, even challenges seem lighter, and healing becomes possible. This final session is not just about completing a training. It's about discovering how to live every day with a calm, powerful mind that nourishes your body and soul. The final step in training. This is the last morning of your practice. By now, you know the procedure well, counting down slowly from 10 to 1, entering that relaxed alpha level where your mind is calm, creative, and receptive. Congratulations! You have reached the end of this course. But in truth, this is not an ending. It is a beginning, a point where you are equipped with the ability to maintain health, accelerate healing, and most importantly, protect yourself from illness by programming peace into your mind. A story of healing through love. Let me tell you a story. A news report once carried a remarkable headline. Grandma's visit sparks boy's fantastic recovery from tumor. A 9-year-old boy, lying in a hospital bed, was told by doctors that his condition was critical. A tumor threatened his life, and they doubted he would survive long enough to see his grandmother, who was flying in to be with him. Yet, he held on. She arrived on a Friday. By Sunday, the boy was taken off the critical list, and his tumor showed remission. What changed? Love entered the room. His heart recognized it. His mind responded. His body followed. This story reminds us of a powerful truth. The kind of person you are, your thoughts, attitudes, and openness to love directly shapes your health. The type of person you are. Doctors Friedman and Rosenman once identified 2 personality types. Type A, ambitious, competitive, impatient, prone to anger and hostility. Type B, relaxed, easygoing, cooperative, more at peace. It became clear that Type A people were more likely to suffer heart problems. Later research revealed that the most damaging trait was not ambition or energy, but hostility and cynicism, a distrust of others. Contempt and anger silently erode the body. This is why learning to replace hostility with trust and cynicism with compassion is not just emotional advice, it is medical advice. Reprogramming yourself. At your alpha level, affirm these truths. I have greater and greater understanding, compassion, and patience with others. Every day, I have more and more trust in myself and in others. I find it easier and easier to work with other people. Hidden inside these affirmations is another message. Every day, in every way, I am getting healthier and healthier. Because when your mind becomes lighter, so does your body. Peace of mind as medicine. Life events loss, financial struggle, job stress, or broken relationships can weaken your immune system. A weakened immune system is an open invitation to disease. But here is the turning point. You now know how to program yourself differently. You don't have to stay trapped in old patterns. You can create forgiveness where there was resentment, joy where there was despair, and peace where there was conflict. Just as a salamander regrows its tail, we humans are learning how to regrow inner balance, not by producing new organs, but by producing new states of mind that allow the body to heal. Discovering peace. Think of peace of mind as sunlight after a storm. When dark clouds of resentment and conflict are replaced with forgiveness and love, every cell in your body feels the change. Healing becomes natural, joy becomes possible, and health becomes the climate in which you live. Teilhard de Chardin once wrote, "Someday, after we have mastered the winds, the waves, the tides, and gravity, we shall harness for God the energies of love. Then, for the second time in the history of the world, man will have discovered fire." Love and forgiveness are not just emotions. They are forces of healing, as real as any medicine. Summary of healing insights. It is right to heal. Ignoring your role in healing is like ignoring a gift. Healing is part of your role as a co-creator with the Creator. By going to Alpha and using your right brain, you reinforce this power. Peace of mind improves not only your personality, but also your health. Detecting problems at a distance, sensing solutions, and sending healing energy are natural human abilities. The world is slowly awakening to the healing power of the human mind. You have a purpose in life. When you align with it, life flows more smoothly. Final thought. As you complete this journey, remember, peace of mind is not just a pleasant state, it is medicine for the soul and body. From now on, use your alpha level not just for relaxation, but for programming peace, forgiveness, and love into your life. These will be your true healers. And with that, your training is complete, but your practice is just beginning. Session 41. The World Tomorrow. Imagine this for a moment. You wake up in a world where conflicts between nations are solved not through debates or wars, but through quiet, inner conversations, leader to leader, soul to soul. Doctors no longer depend only on pills, but help patients heal with the power of the mind. Farmers choose the perfect seeds for the season not by chance, but by intuition. Executives make business decisions with crystal clarity because their minds see both the facts and the future. Doesn't it sound like heaven on earth? This is not science fiction. This is the possibility of our tomorrow. A tomorrow where every human being learns to use both sides of their brain, where intuition and logic walk hand in hand. The new frontier. Inner space. In the past century, humanity explored oceans, mapped the skies, and even landed on the moon. Yet, one frontier remains mostly untouched, the inner world of consciousness. Think of scientists like Rupert Sheldrake, who introduced the idea of a morphogenetic field, a vast collective mind into which every thought and learning feeds. Or Peter Russell, who spoke of a global brain, suggesting that the Earth itself can self-regulate like a living intelligence. This shift is revolutionary. For centuries, science clung tightly to the idea that the universe is just matter and mechanism. But now, more and more courageous scientists acknowledge consciousness changes matter. The discovery of outer space gave us satellites and space stations. But the discovery of inner space will give us something far more precious: peace, health, creativity, and unity. Everybody will learn to go to Alpha. Today, only about 10% of people truly know how to quiet their mind and enter the Alpha level, the balanced state where the right and left brain work together. But here's the fascinating part. Learning doesn't spread only through teaching. It spreads through the morphogenetic field. When enough people master a new ability, suddenly, everyone else finds it easier. It's like reaching a tipping point. That means the more parents, teachers, and leaders practice going to alpha, the more naturally the children of the future will enter it. When that happens, we'll see education filled with imagination, visualization, and accelerated learning, music, math, art, and science blending together instead of being divided. Healing not only by medicine, but also by mind, reducing stress, illness, and medical costs. Doctors diagnosing faster with intuition and supporting patients to heal themselves through imagery and focused thought. It will be a complete shift from living in a left brain world to living in a whole brain world. What life can be like. Now, let's peek into a day in that future world. A farmer walks through his field, closes his eyes, and intuitively knows which seeds will flourish. A businesswoman makes a decision with ease, not worrying about losses because she sees clearly the needs of the market. A doctor explains to her patient not just the problem, but paints a vivid image of healing. And the patient's mind helps speed up recovery. Crime decreases because people sense imbalance in advance and guide others back before harm is done. Leaders settle disputes not with weapons, but with mental clarity and subjective communication. Humanity starts to live as a family, not divided by suspicion, but united in respect. Can you feel the difference? Stress fades, harmony rises, and with it, life expectancy, joy, and creativity all grow. The road back to the Father. But let's be honest, humanity hasn't always walked this path. We lost connection to the right brain, spiritual dimension long ago. Perhaps it started in the Garden of Eden, or with the confusion of Babel, but the result is clear. Today, we live mostly from the left brain, logic, ego, and separation. Jesus never lost that connection. When asked about his wisdom, he said, "From the Father." He taught forgiveness, love, and trust, all right brain qualities. Yet most of humanity ignored his invitation to seek the kingdom of heaven within. The alpha state is that doorway. It is where intuition becomes the voice of God, where healing, love, and guidance flow naturally. If humanity had understood and practiced this long ago, paradise on earth would already be here. But here's the good news. It's not too late. You have the key in your hand. Every time you practice entering alpha, you strengthen your connection to higher intelligence. Every time you act with forgiveness, love, and trust, you align with the design of the universe. And as more of us choose this path, tomorrow's world will not be a dream. It will be our reality. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Your teaching insight. Your left brain gives you analysis, structure, and survival. Your right brain gives you intuition, creativity, and unity. Balance them through alpha practice, and you gain access to health, wisdom, and peace. Session 42, Correcting Abnormal Behavior. Opening story. It was a quiet evening in the little town of Maplewood. Yet inside the community hall, a storm was brewing, not of wind or rain, but of conflict. Neighbors argued, friendships strained, and a once friendly bakery owner had become cold and distant toward everyone. Then, a curious thing happened. An elderly man named Thomas quietly stepped forward and began speaking, not in loud protests, but in a soft, heartfelt way. Within moments, tensions eased. The stubborn neighbor offered a smile. The worker nodded in agreement, and the bakery owner reopened her shop to laughter and conversation. What had Thomas done differently? He had spoken from a place beyond argument. He had spoken subjectively. This chapter will show you how to use subjective communication as a tool to influence change, not by force, but by opening hearts and minds. Teaching insight, the power of subjective communication. Whenever you use subjective communication to correct aberrant behavior, change happens surprisingly fast. A hostile neighbor becomes neighborly. A rebellious worker becomes cooperative. A reluctant customer becomes willing. And even deep-seated destructive habits, such as smoking, can begin to dissolve. Why does this work so effectively? The brain, at its core, is designed for survival. When you reach the alpha state, the deep meditative brainwave level, you activate your right hemisphere, your connection to your higher self. When you communicate at this level, the message moves higher self to higher self. This is not mere persuasion. It is a profound mind-to-mind connection that the subconscious cannot ignore. The rules of subjective communication. Before you attempt to motivate change in another, remember, mutuality matters. You cannot solve your own problems by creating problems for someone else. Influence only works when the direction is the right one for the other person as well. Personal decision is essential. For example, a smoker cannot be forced to quit. They must choose to quit. Step-by-step guide to motivation. Here's how to use subjective communication to motivate change, whether it's stopping smoking, breaking an addiction, or changing unwanted habits. Go to your alpha level. Visualize the person. See them clearly in your mind. Mentally speak to the person in a loving way. Speak from your heart, pointing out benefits to them and others. End your alpha session. Important. Your words must be your own. They must be sincere and heartfelt. Your personal enthusiasm is the energy that powers your communication. Example phrases you might use. You will live longer if you stop smoking. We all want you to be healthy. Your breath will smell cleaner, and you'll enjoy your food more. You'll save money and protect your health, and your family will benefit. You will free yourself from addiction and feel more accepted socially. Tip: if there is resentment toward the person, start your subjective conversation with forgiveness. I forgive you for all past misunderstandings, and I ask to be forgiven by you. Visualize a handshake or a hug to seal the clean slate. Real-life example. Change in action. J.A. had spent 15 years trapped in addiction, moving in and out of prison. He tried therapy, counseling, group work. Nothing worked. Then he experienced Silva method training. A few weeks later, he wrote, "Since the first weekend, I have not felt the slightest urge to use heroin." Change your mind, and you change your reality. That's what happened to me. J.A.'s story is proof that a change of mind, motivated by deep, subjective communication, can change not only behavior, but life itself. Universal application. This technique works not only for addictions, but for any unwanted habit: overeating, gambling, nail biting, hair twiddling. Wherever there is a will to change, there is a way. The key lies in entering the alpha state, seeing the person clearly, speaking to them with heartfelt intention, motivating them toward their own choice to change. When you speak subjectively, you speak to the core of another's being. You speak to their higher self, and that is where transformation begins. Teaching takeaway. The art of correcting behavior is not coercion, it is connection. Change happens best when it comes from within. Your role is to inspire, to open the door, and let the other person choose to step through. Specific applications. This section is meant as a quick reference guide for specific applications. In some instances, material presented in the text is repeated here for your convenience. Session 43, Insomnia, Headaches, and Weariness. One sleepless night can feel like 1,000. One dull morning can make a week drag, and one persistent headache can turn joy into agony. Life often delivers these invisible burdens without warning. But what if you could train your mind to dissolve them without endless pills or side effects? Let me tell you a story. The story of Maya, the sleepless wanderer. Maya was a high achiever. She worked late, drank too much coffee, and lived in a constant blur of deadlines. Night after night, sleep slipped away. She tried sleeping pills, but they brought her more trouble than relief. Headaches came on, stomach aches followed, and her mind felt foggier than ever. One day, she stumbled upon a method that didn't rely on prescriptions, a subjective approach she could do herself. It wasn't magic, but it felt close. She learned to enter her alpha state, a calm mental state where the brain slows and healing begins. Instead of feeding her insomnia with more pills, she learned to reprogram her mind to slip naturally into sleep. And in time, her headaches faded, her weariness lifted, and her nights became peaceful again. Maya's journey is what this chapter teaches. Not a medical prescription, but a mental formula you can use for insomnia, headaches, weariness, or even low moods. The problem with pills. Aspirin and pain relievers work temporarily for tension headaches, but they can cause ulcers and liver problems with long-term use. Uppers and downers might alter mood or anxiety, but dependency is common. Sleeping pills? Americans spend over $100 million annually on them, yet studies show most are ineffective or cause insomnia themselves. At Stanford Sleep Disorder Clinic, 40% of patients lost sleep because they were dependent on sleeping pills. Clearly, there is a better way, one that addresses problems subjectively, at the root level, without side effects. The subjective formula, a teaching tool. Here is a simple but powerful 5-step process you can use whenever insomnia, headaches, weariness, or mood troubles strike. Go to Alpha. Enter a relaxed mental state by counting backward or using your preferred relaxation technique. Identify the problem. Clearly state the condition in your mind. Affirm the solution. Mentally state the opposite of the problem. Visualize the solution. Imagine yourself living without the condition. End your alpha session. Bring yourself back with confidence that the change is happening. Examples in practice. Example 1. Tension headaches. Enter alpha. Deepen relaxation with progressive counting. Identify, I have a headache. I don't want a headache. Affirm, when I open my eyes at the count of 5, my headache will be gone. I will feel fine. Visualize yourself looking in a mirror with a headache. Shift the image slightly. Imagine the pain fading away. Shift again. See yourself completely pain-free. Count to 5. Repeating your affirmation. If needed, repeat after 5 minutes. Severe migraines may require 3 sessions, spaced 5 minutes apart. Example 2. Weariness. Enter alpha and deepen relaxation. Identify, I am tired and weary. I want to be full of energy. Affirm, when I open my eyes at the count of 5, I will be wide awake and full of energy. Visualize yourself weary. Shift the image to energy, then to vitality and activity. Count to 5, repeating affirmations before opening your eyes. Example 3, depression or low mood. Enter alpha. Identify, I feel down in the dumps. I want enthusiasm and optimism. Affirm, when I open my eyes at the count of 5, I will feel on top of the world. Visualize yourself as you are now. Then shift the picture toward liveliness, confidence, and joy. Count to 5, affirming your transformation as you open your eyes. The teaching moment. This method works because many problems, such as insomnia, headaches, and weariness are rooted in mental states, tension, anxiety, or subconscious blocks. By consciously entering your alpha state, identifying the problem, affirming the opposite, and visualizing change, you create a mental environment where healing is not just possible, but likely, instead of masking symptoms, you address them at their origin, naturally, effectively, without dependency. Just like Maya, you can transform restless nights into peaceful sleep, headaches into ease, and weariness into vibrant energy. Session 44. Severe chronic depression. There was a man named Arjun who lived in a small town. For years, he woke up each morning feeling as though a heavy fog wrapped around his mind. Days blended into nights without joy. Simple tasks felt mountainous. Even talking to friends became exhausting. Arjun was caught in the deep waters of chronic depression, a place where hope seemed distant and unreachable. Depression is not just sadness. It can be a storm that swallows your energy, your will, and even your sense of self. Severe chronic depression is particularly dangerous. It can lead to isolation, deep withdrawal, and in the worst cases, like a persistent illness, it demands a structured, consistent approach to heal. The deeper the depression, the deeper you must journey into a state of alpha consciousness, a relaxed mental state where healing and reprogramming begin. This requires both objective steps, actions in the outside world, and subjective steps, inner work of the mind and soul. Objective approaches, healing the body and life circumstances. These are the concrete actions, the steps Arjun began to take before healing his inner world. 1. Consult a physician. Depression can have physical roots. A doctor might recommend dietary supplements or medical treatment to support recovery. 2. Increase physical activity. Exercise is a powerful antidepressant. Arjun started with simple long walks, feeling the rhythm of his steps match a gentler heartbeat inside him. 3. Engage creativity in work. Moving through tasks creatively can reveal hidden truths. Arjun began sketching again, and through art discovered clues about the roots of his depression. Subjective approaches. Healing the mind and soul. While objective approaches work on the outside, subjective approaches work at the deeper levels of consciousness. 1. Go to Alpha and meditate on your depression. Calm the mind, then gently explore the feelings behind it. Arjun would close his eyes, breathe deeply, and ask, "Why do I feel this way?" 2. Use the 5-step exercise from Chapter 43, substituting depression into the formula. Do this 3 times daily to reframe thought patterns. 3. Nightly self-programming. Before sleep, enter Alpha. Bring your thumb and first 2 fingers together and tell yourself, "I will be in good spirits tomorrow." 4. Give of yourself, paradoxically. When you feel depleted, giving to others can bring inner restoration. Helping others connects you to a greater purpose. Arjun volunteered at a local shelter without expectation of reward and found a spark returning to his life. A lesson from Arjun's journey. The path out of severe depression is not a single leap, but a series of consistent, compassionate steps. Arjun discovered that the deeper his depression, the more he needed to combine physical action with mental reprogramming. He learned that healing requires both objective action and subjective transformation. When you choose to engage your mind and body in healing and give to others even when you feel empty, something remarkable happens. Your own spirit begins to heal as well. Arjun's fog lifted slowly, not by magic, but by the steady choice to move forward each day. And each step, no matter how small, became a victory. Session 45. Back problems. What if your mind could reach inside your body and heal it? Imagine waking every morning with a nagging pain in your back, a dull ache that grows sharper with every movement. Imagine trying everything, medicines, rest, therapies, yet finding no relief. This was Barbara G. Parker's reality. Her battle with back pain had lasted years. Doctors gave her drugs, crutches, and even orders for bed rest. Nothing worked. Until one day, she took a different approach, one that involved her mind. Barbara's story is a powerful lesson. Healing isn't only a physical process. Sometimes, the mind plays an equally vital role. Let's walk through her journey and then learn the teaching behind it. Barbara's story. In August of 1983, Barbara visited a chiropractor after 2 years of failed attempts to fix her pain. Her symptoms were severe: right hip pain, shoulder pain, headaches, neck tension, insomnia. X-rays revealed deterioration of spinal discs, loss of cervical curve, rotational misalignment of vertebrae, and curvature of her thoracic spine. In simple terms, her spinal discs were closing, pressing on nerves and causing her relentless pain. After 2 months of chiropractic therapy, her chiropractor suggested something different, the Silva method, because he had experienced benefits from it years earlier. Skeptical yet hopeful, Barbara joined a training. She began visualizing a healthy back 3 times a day at her alpha level. Within months, she noticed change. By January, X-rays showed the previously deteriorating disc was opening again. She slept peacefully for the first time in years, and her pain was greatly reduced. Barbara's success wasn't magic. It was mental focus combined with physiological understanding. The teaching, how the mind can help the body. Barbara's case reminds us of the Alexander technique, invented in 1894 by actor F. Matthias Alexander, losing his voice. Alexander discovered that by mentally and physically realigning his head and neck, his voice returned. Later, he found this postural correction could relieve many other ailments. The mental part involved picturing the neck free and the head rising, allowing the back to lengthen and widen. The body followed the mind's direction. The Silva method extended this idea, teaching that visualization at the alpha level strengthens the body's ability to heal. Visualization for back problems. If you have a back problem, you can follow Barbara's approach. 1. Go to your alpha level, a deeply relaxed mental state. 2. Visualize yourself in front of you, as if you're looking in a mirror. 3. Focus on your back. Sense the problem area. Feel the tension or pain. 4. Imagine fixing the problem. Discs separating, vertebrae straightening, your spine aligning. 5. Shift the mental picture slightly to the left and imagine the healing process taking effect. 6. Shift again until you see yourself perfect, whole, and pain-free. 7. End your session with gratitude and calm. A key teaching. Your mind doesn't require perfect medical imagery. You're not expected to be a doctor, only to convey a concept to your brain. Even a rough picture of your spine will work because it's the mental concept that triggers healing, not the technical accuracy of your image. For precision, you can consult an encyclopedia or anatomy book, but your personal mental image is enough. Every person can benefit from this technique. The essential requirement is visualizing at alpha and believing in the possibility of healing. Remember, your mind is a powerful partner in health. Barbara Parker's story is proof that sometimes the greatest healing tool is your own imagination combined with focused awareness. Session 46. Kidney stones or gallstones. Imagine carrying a tiny pebble inside you, a pebble so stubborn that it refuses to leave, causing discomfort, pain, and frustration. What if you could simply dissolve it, not with surgery or medicine, but with the power of your own mind? That's exactly the kind of transformation this chapter will teach you. In the world of healing, visualization is not just imagination. It is a powerful tool. Just like a sculptor shapes marble or a painter erases a flaw, you can reshape your body from within. Let's learn step by step how to dissolve kidney stones or gallstones using mental imagery and focused intention. The story. Meet Ravi, a 42-year-old who'd been battling kidney stone pain for weeks. Every trip to the doctor ended with medication that barely touched the pain. Then he learned a new approach, a mind-body method. Instead of dreading the next episode, Ravi started a daily practice. He would close his eyes, breathe deeply, and visualize his kidney clearly. In his mind, he saw the stone as a tiny rough crystal. Slowly, with a gentle touch of imagination, he pulverized it into fine powder, letting it dissolve and drift away harmlessly in his urine. Within weeks, Ravi noticed something remarkable. The pain subsided, and his body felt lighter. This is not magic. This is focused mental healing. Teaching, step-by-step procedure. Enter your alpha level. Relax deeply. You can do this by counting down from 10 to 1 or softly defocusing your eyes. This brings you into a calm, receptive state where visualization works best. Visualize the problem. Clearly, picture yourself in front of you. Imagine the affected kidney or gallbladder. See the stone, its size, shape, and color. This creates a mental map of the problem. Actively change the picture. Using your imagination, crush the stone with your fingers, a laser beam, or an ultrasound sound, whichever feels most vivid to you. See it pulverize into tiny particles. Visualize dissolution. Imagine the stone's powder dissolving into the urine or bile and flowing out of your body without pain. Move the picture. Shift the image slightly to the left, symbolizing progress and change. See your organ restored, healthy, perfect. End the session. Conclude with a mental affirmation. I am healed. My body is perfect. Repeat this morning, noon and night for best results. Options to enhance healing. Deepen your alpha state with progressive relaxation or additional countdowns. Ask yourself, what caused this stone? And, if applicable, practice forgiveness. Imagine a journey inside your body or observe yourself as if looking from outside. Use verbal affirmations such as, I am becoming better and better. Time recommendation. Spend about 15 minutes per session, dedicating most of that time to visualizing the healing and imagining the problem disappearing. Key teaching insight. Healing through visualization is a consistent process. Relax, identify the problem, visualize the solution, move to a healed state, end session. It's like rewinding a movie of your illness and editing it until it becomes a scene of wellness. Session 47, Illnesses with Unknown Causes. Sometimes, the body speaks in riddles. Illnesses appear without reason, and doctors can only guess at the cause. What do you do when the problem is too mysterious, even for science to clearly explain? This is the story of AJ, a man who faced the impossible. For 18 years, AJ lived in the silence of paralysis. One side of his body was completely still, the other barely moved. Doctors gave him a grim diagnosis: multiple sclerosis, incurable, progressive, and a death sentence in their eyes. They told him he would not live long, but AJ refused to accept that fate. Instead of surrendering, he turned to the Silva method training. On the very first day, as he learned to enter the alpha state, something remarkable happened. He felt sensation return to one finger. Step by step, day by day, AJ began to rebuild his life, not by battling symptoms, but by changing his vision of what was possible. By the end of his course, he had regained full use of his left arm. Then he set another goal: to be able to drive. Twice daily, he entered the alpha state and created a mental movie of himself driving a van, one equipped to lift his wheelchair and let him slide into the driver's seat. 8 months later, the dream became reality. Then came a bigger challenge: walking again, climbing stairs. He pictured himself ascending stairs to enter a local sports arena. 14 months later, he walked up those very steps. The lesson: when you can't visualize the problem, visualize the goal. Some illnesses, like MS, are too complex for clear mental images. We can't simply erase spots on a brain or nerve. Unlike a broken bone or a visible injury, these conditions lack a clear picture to work from. But there's a powerful alternative. Instead of focusing on the problem itself, focus on the outcome you desire. Instead of trying to fix the unknown, picture yourself living a normal life, healthy, active, free of limitations. Imagine getting out of bed, feeling strong. Imagine smiling, walking, playing, and enjoying life. This mental picture is your true target. The method is simple. Enter the alpha state, the mental state where your subconscious is most receptive. Visualize your goal in vivid detail. The sights, sounds, feelings. Feel it as real, emotionally as well as visually. Repeat daily, twice a day if possible, with faith and consistency. AJ's story is proof. Even when science says, we don't know, your mind can open doors where medicine sees only walls. When the cause is unknown, the most powerful cure may be your own vision. Session 48. Blood vessel problems. What if the power to heal your heart lay not in a surgeon's scalpel, but in the quiet strength of your own mind? Imagine standing at the top of a staircase. Your chest feels tight. Your breath comes short. Your heart is sending urgent signals. Now imagine, just imagine, that you have the ability to gently repair that heart problem, right here and now, using only your mind. This is the power of visualization and focused mental correction. The story of Marcus. Marcus was a 58-year-old man who had lived most of his life ignoring mild chest discomfort. Then one day, after climbing a short flight of stairs, he felt something change, a sharp tightening in his chest. Fear surged. Doctors gave him medications, but Marcus wanted something deeper, a way to connect with his own healing power. That's when Marcus began practicing a step-by-step mental process for blood vessel problems. Over time, this method gave him not just relief, but a sense of control over his own health. Let's walk through his process. The teaching method: how to use your mind for blood vessel health. Step 1. Enter the alpha state. Before any mental healing, you must calm your mind. The alpha level is a state of relaxed focus, a bridge between wakefulness and deep rest. Think of it like slowing your thoughts to a gentle stream. Meditation, deep breathing, or rhythmic counting can help. Step 2. Visualization of the problem. Once relaxed, picture yourself in the moment the problem appears. Marcus imagined himself at the top of a staircase, hand to chest, feeling the discomfort. He kept this image alive for 1 to 2 minutes. This step trains your mind to recognize the problem before you move to correction. Step 3. Imagining the correction. Now gently shift your mental picture about 15 degrees to the left. Here, Marcus imagined the plaque, the invisible coating that clogs arteries, dissolving. He visualized blood chemistry changing, like a cleansing wave, or imagined a tiny pipe cleaner or laser beam sweeping away the blockage. This part requires 12 minutes of focused imagination. The more vivid your image, the stronger the effect. Step 4. Imagining the perfect outcome. Move your mental picture another 15 degrees to the left. See your circulation working flawlessly. Imagine climbing those stairs without pain, breathing freely, living fully. Spend 1 to 2 minutes in this vision. Marcus describes this as the most rewarding step because it feels like already having healed. Step 5. End the session. Gently bring your attention back to the present. Carry the sense of restored health with you. Teaching insight. Why does this work? Visualization engages your subconscious mind. When you vividly imagine a corrected state, your mind begins to align physical responses to match the vision. Science calls this psychoneuroimmunology, your mind affecting your body's healing processes. While this method is not a substitute for medical treatment, it can work as a powerful complement to traditional care. Tip: practice this method regularly. Healing is a process, and your mind strengthens like a muscle with consistent training. Session 49. Identifying allergies. Have you ever wondered how your body knows what irritates it, even when your conscious mind doesn't? It's a mystery many face: a sudden rash, an unexplainable cough, clogged sinuses that appear for no reason. Somewhere deep inside, your mind already knows the cause. But it doesn't always speak in everyday language. Sometimes it whispers in symbols, feelings, or subtle impressions. Your task is to learn to listen. This chapter teaches you how to identify the root cause of your allergy, whether it's obvious, hidden, or even emotional. Let's explore this through 3 situations. Situation A, the obvious culprit. Sometimes the cause of an allergy is right in front of you. Perhaps every time you eat peanuts or drink milk, your throat itches. You know the likely suspects, but which one is truly responsible? Here's the process. Go to your alpha level, a calm, focused state of mind. Visualize your trusted authority, perhaps your physician, a chemist, or another expert. Ask them, which is more likely the cause, food substance A or food substance B? Disconnect from them. Let the answer come to your mind naturally. Compare the suspected substance to a third possibility. Repeat until one clearly stands out. Accept that answer. Your mind has revealed the cause. End your alpha session. This is like a mental detective game, narrowing suspects until the truth emerges. Situation B, the hidden culprit. Life is messy. We eat about 400 pounds of food a year with about 10 pounds of chemical additives. That's thousands of preservatives, flavorings, stabilizers, and pesticides, any of which could trigger an allergy. When the cause isn't obvious, here's how to find it. Go to your alpha level. Visualize your physician or another expert. Ask, what food or substance is causing this reaction? Disconnect and allow impressions to flow naturally. Accept the first impression. It's usually the correct one. It's like fishing, casting your mind into still waters and patiently waiting until the answer surfaces. Situation C, the emotional culprit. Sometimes allergies aren't physical at all, they're emotional. Let's meet VM, who for years suffered sneezing, watery eyes, and clogged sinuses whenever he entered a room with roses. His doctor diagnosed rose fever, but VM insisted it even happens with plastic roses. The doctor shrugged. It's emotional. VM decided to use his alpha level to investigate. He imagined himself flipping back through the calendar of his life. Then he found it. A vivid childhood memory. At age 4, Valentine's Day. A delivery of roses. Curious, little VM touched and smelled them, then knocked the vase to the ground. His mother screamed. He panicked. For the first time in his life, he felt his mother's love might be gone. The tears, the fear, the rush of emotion, all linked forever to roses. His mind had stored roses in his survival department. Every time he saw roses, his brain triggered the old reaction. Life-threatened, tear response. Here's the teaching point. When you understand the root of an allergy, you can dissolve it. VM returned to the florist, sniffed the roses deliberately, and nothing happened. By identifying the cause and reframing it, the reaction disappeared. He realized, my mother never stopped loving me. My life was never threatened. That awareness rewrote the program in his brain. The lesson: allergies are not always about pollen or peanuts. They can be clues, messages from your mind pointing to physical or emotional truths. By learning to listen at your alpha level, you can uncover the cause and release it. Tip for practice: start with calm breathing. Enter your alpha state. Ask your mind the question. Trust the first impression you get. Record your impressions. They are your allergy clues. Session 50. Picking a mate. In the quiet of her living room, Maya sat cross-legged, eyes closed, her fingers lightly touching. Across town, Ravi was doing the same. Both were at the same crossroads, wondering if love was something fate chose for them, or something they could choose for themselves. Love is one of life's most thrilling and most puzzling journeys. Yet for all the romantic poetry written about it, Science and the mind reveal a deeper truth. Choosing a life partner isn't just about attraction, chemistry, or impulse. It's about balance. Like two wheels in motion, a successful relationship depends on harmony. Two eccentric wheels wobble. Two centered wheels travel smoothly. But most people enter relationships without first centering themselves, and the results often lead to disappointment. In fact, studies suggest we are only about 20% accurate in picking a mate. This explains why breakups and divorces are so common. Interestingly, clairvoyants, those who train their minds to access deeper awareness, average 80% accuracy in mate selection. That tells us something important. The brain has tools we can learn to use. The Silva method of choosing a mate. Here's a method that blends intuition and clarity, helping you to see the future of a relationship before making a life-altering decision. It works best when you've centered your mind, when your heart and brain are both engaged. Step 1. Enter your alpha level. Relax deeply. Slow your breath and quiet the chatter of the mind. Step 2. Place the thumb and first two fingers of one hand together. This physical cue helps center your energy. Step 3. Visualize yourself with your proposed mate. See the scene clearly, a wedding perhaps, or simply a day together, and place it in the present year on a mental calendar. Step 4. Shift the mental image slightly to the left. Change the calendar to 3 years ahead. Observe. How do you treat each other? How does your relationship feel? Step 5. Shift the image again, this time 10 years ahead. Study the scene closely, not just how you look, but the emotional depth, the connection, the challenges. This visualization gives you evidence, a deeper insight into whether this partnership will stand the test of time. Key teaching. Most relationships fail because they are chosen on impulse or through physical attraction alone. True mate selection blends intuition, clarity, and vision, and that comes from developing your mind. Once you marry, your work doesn't end. The alpha level is a skill that keeps giving, guiding you to keep the relationship vibrant and grounded for years to come. Session 51. Successful Parenting. What if choosing to have a child was more than biology? What if it was a conscious act of shaping the future? Imagine two people, deeply in love, sitting quietly in a sunlit room. They are about to make a choice that will echo decades into the future. Not just the birth of a child, but the birth of a potential world changer. This isn't fiction. This is the essence of successful parenting as envisioned in the Silva method, parenting with awareness, intention, and deep connection to life's greater purpose. Every parent wants the best for their child, a life of health, happiness, and meaning. But Silva-trained parents can go deeper. They can consciously prepare to bring forth a child not only for their own joy, but to serve a greater mission on the planet. By aligning with their higher selves and universal intelligence, parents can set the stage for a child destined for success, not just personal success, but success that impacts the world. The teaching, how to program for a child's purpose. The Silva method teaches that parents, before conception, can use meditation at the alpha level to connect with universal intelligence and discover what the world will need in the future. This is a process of collaboration, introspection, and intentionality. Here's how it works. Step 1. Separate preparation. Each partner goes to deep alpha individually. Visualize the planet ahead and ask, what will be the planet's most important need in the future? Shift your mental image to a future timeline. 20 years ahead, note what appears. 30 years ahead, observe and record again. These visions help align parental intention with future needs. Step 2. Agreement. If both partners see the same skill or need, that becomes the focus. If there is disagreement, repeat the process in multiple choice sessions until clarity emerges. Step 3. Joint programming. Together, enter deep alpha. In unison, say, I'm ready. Mentally, request, higher intelligence. Send through us the correct intelligence who will help solve the planet's problem. Insert determined need in the future. If that is your will, amen. End the session individually. The teaching behind the story. Parenting in the Silva way is not merely raising a child. It is co-creating with the universe. It's about becoming aware that a child is not just a personal blessing, but a potential gift to the world. By consciously programming intention before conception, parents connect to a deeper flow of life and purpose. This method reminds us of something profound. Every child carries potential beyond themselves. They are the future incarnations of humanity's dreams, needs, and solutions. Successful parenting begins long before birth. It begins in the minds and hearts of the parents. Session 52. Starting a child's education before birth. What if learning could begin before a child even takes their first breath? Imagine a garden where seeds not only grow, but are nourished with knowledge long before they sprout. This is not fantasy. It is the idea behind prenatal education, a concept embraced by clairvoyant mothers who understand the power of subconscious programming. Before a child is even born, there exists a golden window of opportunity, the ability to plant seeds of knowledge that will flourish throughout a lifetime. The story of Maya, the clairvoyant mother. Maya, an expectant mother, had a vision of her child's future. From the moment she learned she was pregnant, she felt a deep desire to give her baby more than just life. She wanted to give wisdom. Guided by intuition, she began a practice that blended love, imagination, and the power of the mind. Each night, after her day's work, Maya would slip into a deep meditative state, a level of consciousness known as the alpha level. In this serene state, she envisioned her unborn child, smiling and curious, ready to learn. She read aloud stories of science, art, language, envisioning her baby absorbing these lessons. She imagined her child as an adult, confident and skilled, naturally recalling this knowledge when needed. This was her daily ritual, her gift to her child before birth. The teaching process. Here's how a clairvoyant mother can start a child's education before birth. Enter the alpha state. After the fetus has been developing for at least a month, the mother practices deep relaxation and mental focus to reach alpha. This is the state where the subconscious mind is most receptive. Program the intent. She mentally affirms, "You will remember later, when you need to, what I tell you now." She creates a clear mental image of reading to her unborn child. Visualize the growth process. The mother shifts her mental picture. First, the fetus, then the fetus with a larger head filled with information, and finally, the child as an adult, already wise from those lessons. Return to rest. She allows herself to drift into sleep from this state of focused intention, letting the programming sink deeply into the subconscious. Why this matters. Science is only beginning to recognize what intuition and ancient traditions have long known. A mother's state of mind affects her child's development. The female mind, naturally intuitive, can communicate deeply with the child in ways traditional schooling cannot match. By starting education before birth, a child is not only learning facts, they are building a foundation of readiness and confidence. This early programming could make them more skilled in their chosen life path and potentially able to master complex subjects far earlier than most. Imagine a world where children could earn doctorates by age 15, not just because they study harder, but because they started learning before they were born. Even critics who doubt the practicality of early learning must admit the intuitive mother will already have insight into her child's strengths and potential career path. This is not forcing knowledge, but planting seeds of understanding, allowing them to bloom naturally at the right moment. Teaching insight. The act of prenatal education is not about replacing formal schooling. It's about enhancing it. The earlier we plant the seeds, the richer the harvest. For parents, it's a powerful reminder. Teaching begins before birth. The mind of a child is a garden, and the mother's mind is the gentle gardener, planting seeds of knowledge that will last a lifetime. Session 53. Affecting the weather. What if you could change the weather with the power of your mind? Imagine standing in thick fog, unable to see past your own hand, and then, with a calm thought, the mist lifts. This may sound like something from a fantasy novel, but countless Silva method practitioners claim it is possible. Weather, after all, is not just physical. It is influenced by subtle energies we can access if we know how. Let's step into two real-life stories that show how the mind can influence the weather, and in doing so, teach us something deeper about the power within ourselves. The Idaho Fog Experiment. Lucille V. King, a dedicated Silva method lecturer in Idaho, once faced what many would call a frustrating situation. One cold February morning in 1970, she and her husband John were headed to Dallas, Texas. They drove 32 miles to Spokane International Airport, famous for being one of the foggiest airports in the world. After a careful drive through winter snow, they arrived only to discover the airport completely fogged in. Passengers boarded, but the plane sat idling at the end of the runway. Minutes stretched to hours. Lucille was new to using her Silva techniques. Instead of letting boredom win, she decided to experiment. Leaning toward her husband, she quietly said, "I am going to level to ask for help." Closing her eyes and entering the alpha state, she addressed the fog as if it were a living thing. "Lift!" Moments later, the captain's voice came over the intercom. "Oh, the fog is lifted. We are taking off." Above the clouds, they saw Spokane Airport fogged in again. Lucille had shifted a small piece of the weather world. The Hawaiian Fog Miracle. Dr. Robert B. Stone, co-author of this book, shared a similar experience in Kauai, Koki, a viewpoint known for breathtaking views of the Kalalau Valley. Thick pea soup fog blocked everything. Undeterred, Dr. Stone invited his friends to have coffee while he experimented. He entered the alpha state, visualizing his energy of consciousness, heating and dispersing the fog. 10 minutes later, when his friends returned, the fog had vanished, revealing a stunning panorama. They gasped. The teaching moment. These stories are not just curiosities. They are living examples of the Silva method's central truth. We create our world. Whether it's lifting mental fog or actual weather fog, the power lies in mastering your mind. The process is simple. Enter the alpha level of mind, a relaxed state between wakefulness and sleep. Visualize your desired change clearly. Direct your intention with belief and calm energy. You are not simply reacting to your environment. You are participating in shaping it. The fog outside is also a fog inside your mind. Lift it, and you clear both. Teaching insight. When you practice affecting your environment through the Silva method, remember, it's less about control and more about alignment. You're aligning your mental energy with your intention and then letting it manifest. This principle applies far beyond weather. It applies to creativity, health, relationships, and life itself.